Muffin Man, the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man. Do you know the Muffin Man who lives on Drury Lane?
Yes, we know the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man, the Muffin Man. Yes, we know the Muffin Man who lives on Drury Lane.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good whatever it is, wherever you are. Welcome to this. Oh, and I'm just getting the nicest sound in the ears because
Hi.
Miss Jamie is here. Look at those lashes.
I know. They're rough this morning.
Well, you're always beautiful, but today a little more lashy than you normally are.
A little bit.
So, had a good day yesterday, Jamie?
I did. It was fun.
And what do you think about this trial?
I can't wait to see more.
Yeah, it's I can see it's the usual crew who's here early. So before we go live, I'm gonna do an update. But we have Reindeer here, we have Farrell here. Good morning, Farrell. Irish is here. Irish and Kim. Welcome all. And yeah, yesterday we found out who the real perpetrator of the crime was. The Invisible Man. Because there were footmarks left at the crime scene that the officer didn't know anything about. Again, it's looking like a case where we found our perpetrator and then we just have to prove it's that guy, that girl. I have to say that girl because it's females.
Oh my God. That was crazy though when he's just, nope, I was the only one there. It was all my footprints. Nope. And they're like, well, whose are these? I don't know.
Yeah, that's not mine.
Not mine. Like,
And
okay.
again, it's, hey Medita, welcome. Good morning, Thierry. Yeah, again, we always stumble upon kind of weird cases, and when we heard the state's opening, it was pretty straightforward. It was a bad marriage, and yeah, one got tired of the other and offed her. But then the defense, and I really love the defense lawyer.
Yeah.
She's all the spiciness.
Oh God.
She really did a really good job of poking holes. And after she talked, I understood why they had two trials ending up in a hung jury. And if the paint was what did the trick in the third case, they're gonna have problems. But when we hit 20 viewers, I'm gonna do a recap. We're 17 here now, so in a minute, people, we will do a recap because a lot of people might join us for today. I always hope new people will swing by and see this crazy little corner of the internet I preside over. Where else will you get evidence provided in the bestest of way? Example, the corner kisser.
That made me lose it already this morning. I was in Discord and I seen it again and I couldn't. I almost choked on my coffee.
and what kind of relationship do you have when you kiss on the corner of the mouth? Hey, Carlene.
You're doing it on purpose.
Tiania. What am I doing on purpose? I'm sorry, I broke Jamie already. But it's kind of a strange case because what I believed it was a kind of a straight up and down murder case. But I think I might have to bring out the murder board.
Yeah.
Because
Well, after the state's opening, didn't you just say, well, yeah, I'd vote guilty?
yeah, because she was just running around making an alibi and dumping evidence. But we have Cara. She's our lovely defendant. She was married to Anne-Marie. They were in a kind of a bad relation. I have to figure out how to pull. Yeah, I have to have a murder cam. But they were in a bad relationship. They had split up, but found each other again. During this split up, they had done what every married couple who gets tired of each other does. They claimed the other one had made spousal abuse, and they had a 2-year-old daughter. So it's always a problem in a divorce. But they moved back in together around Christmas. Everything was really good. They were living together in the most 1991 house you have ever seen. But after 3 months, trouble came knocking because Cara, our lovely defendant, she had a boyfriend visiting her the day before the murder. If it was a boyfriend or just a friend who was a boy, we don't really know. But Anne-Marie got, this is really hard. Anne-Marie got mad, but then the defense told us that Anne-Marie wasn't the shy little lady that we thought, because Anne-Marie knew Mark. He was her work buddy. He's the guy who's now known as the corner kisser, because he gave her 3 credit cards and she racked up 7K in debt on these 3 credit cards without telling his wife that his work girlfriend were given these 3 credit cards. And Mark got kind of upset because, unbeknownst to him, there was, and I can't remember her name, was it Carla or something?
Carla. There's a Carla.
Yeah, we call her Carla. And Marie was also in some kind of relationship with a Carla. And that made Mark pretty angry. So he wanted to revoke the credit cards. And Carla, at the day of the murder, were out running for several hours. But she also had a tanning appointment. And at the murder scene, allegedly, there was found some tanning oils. So it's way more complicated than we thought. When the state provided it, it was just a married couple who got angry at each other, and she pushed her down the stairs and choked her.
Yep.
Poured some paint on her, tried to wash down the blood, and rode all over town, making multiple smaller purchases to hide that she had killed her. And but the timeline wouldn't match up, and she had done it. The defense claim was she left the house and someone broke in and pushed her down the stairs, choked her, covered her with paint. Cara came home, found her. 911 arrived, and at some point she's talking with the officer, and she said, "Yeah, I know I'm your number 1 suspect." And it was kind of said like it was something nefarious, but everyone knows that in 75 to 80% of cases, it's the one you sleep next to who's going to kill you. Or in Farrell's case, or David's case, the one who lives in your attic. But still, they presented it as it was all the way wrong. But in reality, after hearing the defense argue what their side of the case was, there's a long way to get beyond reasonable doubt with me.
Yeah.
I don't know. Are we kind of on the same track?
Oh yeah. I mean,
Oh, when the stream starts, I need to have another shirt on. This is looking annoying on me.
I felt the same way. I was like, all right, well, why have there been so many trials? Why was there a hung jury? And then once the defense came on, I was like, oh, I see why.
What did it look all right on screen? Because my camera should be mirrored, so it should be the right way around.
It was
I
backwards.
don't know. Was it backward?
Yeah. But I mean, I get it.
Yeah, you can hopefully. I'm sorry. I thought that because I mirror my camera, so when I do this, it's my left arm, not my right arm, because my brain can't understand that. Next time I write, when I'm writing something, I'll try to mirror the cam. It's kind of like the Thomas Randolph, just with lesbians. Well, we did hear a testimony yesterday about double D's being a medical problem, but in all reality, it's just because the victim had big bazungas, so she wasn't able to sleep on really well on them, and she worked nights as an EMT, had been working that night where she was dead, and but again, she mentioned it to the detective. So the state said, "Oh," and she said something about her big double D's, our medical condition. Yeah, she had big double D's, and then the defense were on it as quick as they could and said, "Well, you talked about the double D's, but you left out that she said it was she had trouble sleeping because of the double D's." It sounded way worse when the state said it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The corner kisser. He's a special. He was allowed to kiss her on the corner of the mouth while paying for 3 credit cards to help her build her credit. Yeah. It's the flow chart of love. I do have other colors, so but now I found out that it's the opposite way around. So I'm not sure I'm going to use colors.
And you guys
Well,
think
thank
that
you.
we're joking, but they mentioned the corner kissing very specifically quite a few times.
Exactly. Always, and it's only an L extra, so that's. But again, the state presented it as it was just a normal domestic disturbance, and then we found out. Yeah, the state mentioned that Cara had, and I can't remember his name. Was it Brian or something like that? Over the night before, but that was purely platonic. But she murdered Anne-Marie because she got mad, and then we found out Anne-Marie was maybe sleeping around with 2 other people. It's all the fun in the world.
Yeah, it was Mike.
Thierry, share the love. I know the expert is going in live as well. David is going live as well. There's always another channel, and there's always more love in the world.
There's so many, yeah.
So roll go visit all of us. Give us a like, give us a thumbs up. If you're not subscribed to some of the other guys, please do, because we are a small part of the big YouTube thing. But what I have found out doing this for about a year, you meet some really, really nice people doing YouTube. You meet some people who seem nice and then turns out to be fakes. That's as everything else in life. And then you meet some really genuinely nice guys that you really want to see succeed. And I'm just a monkey pressing buttons and drawing backwards on a whiteboard. So maybe if you're interested in the Michigan, what is he? She's the governor of Michigan, or what is it? Trial. Dave is covering that.
Gretchen Whitmire.
Yeah, and I think the expert is having the ozone ocho case.
Yeah,
I think Dylan keeps changing what he's covering, so I'm not sure which one he's jumping onto. But I think he's doing
with
murder or
Curse House.
something. I think murder because he has a hearing today.
Mhm.
But we'll be doing this, and the great thing about the internet is, if you have a phone and you have a TV and you have an iPad and your kid have an iPad, you can have all four of us on at the same time. You would probably need a little dose of ADHD to follow along in all four cases, or you can just give us a little viewing time and figure out which case is the most interesting, because we didn't. I might have promised more than I could keep. I promised there would be a drying paint expert, but he was struck down by the court. So I'm sorry, Chad, I lied. There won't be any testimony about how fast paint dries. Everyone wanted to follow this case. So you came for the paint, but stick around for the love, solo, duo, trio, quadruple, cinquint. I'm not sure what five people in some kind of relationship is called, but it could get spicy. You really have to make
Yeah,
sure
what
you.
is 5 called? Because it's like quadruple.
The quadruple is 4,
Yeah, but
and
what?
5 is saying five tuple. But it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if you use cat,
There you go, salsa.
governor. Oh, Salbert, no, you relax now. These are classy ladies. They don't meet up with more than one at the time. Not all are degenerate as some people.
Oh my god.
Yeah, maybe the DDs did it. We don't know. Irish, I only talk backwards when I try to pronounce your name. It's supposed to start at 9, but it's 9 now and 9:02 right now. And they have switched to the feed, but nothing is going on. So I just did a refresh because sometimes I forget to do that.
Yeah.
Yes, and some have small double D's, and and for some people this is 8 inches. Mike, Mark, Cara, and Carla, and Anne Marie, Anne. Yeah, that's the names. Mike. That Mike is the guy I call Brian.
Mike, Mark. I cannot wait until we get into some of this testimony.
I really want to have Mark on trial, and I need him to be big, burly, and have an accent that will make you write love letters to him in 5 minutes.
Make him be like, can I be your next credit card donor? You know?
Don't include that. I won't include that. I don't know what I say stupid stuff all the time. If you chase 2 rabbits, you end up losing both. Maybe not if you're playing on both teams, because one of the rabbits could be slower. It's pretty. If you chase 2 women at the same time, or 2 men at the same time, it could be a problem. But if you choose chase one of each, maybe that's the trick.
One of each. See which one sticks.
You could call it a good time too. Yeah, Tiania, you are a classic lady. Throuple is 4. No, throuple is 3, isn't it?
Yeah. Throuple is, I thought they call it throuple 3. It's 3 people.
Yeah. And Boomer, I'm not sure I've seen your name before. If I did, I'm just I'm old. I'm pre-dementia. Or if you're new here, welcome, and please hang out with all the cool kids in the chat. Yeah, Throuple is 3. If anyone would know, it would be Farrell.
Yeah. Did you say if anyone knows, it'd be Farrell?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
She's really good on Google. So no. I didn't imply that she was a
Oh.
woman who. No. I just thought she would.
I understand.
4 people is a quad. A quad is the back of your leg, isn't it? I don't know. But
A
no.
quad of people. Yeah, I know 4 is a quad.
Oh,
What do you
both
call-
me and Tia Nina is 27 years old. I only know quads because Mr. McMahon blew both his quads trying to get into a wrestling ring. I don't know. Hey, Anthony Lewis.
Mr. McMahon.
A quintet. I knew it was something about a quint because when you play music, you can raise it a quint.
There we go.
Yeah. So it's now a quintet. I will forget this again very shortly, and hopefully Anthony sticks around and enlightens me again because I'm not really good.
Morning, Anthony.
Oh, you got troubled. Yeah, these ladies, they're fun to hang around, but they can be. They're fun sometimes, and sometimes they're a bit demanding. But no, is there anything else we need to talk about the case? We had the opening statements, and then we had one officer, the first arriving officer, who, as always, when the prosecution asked, he could, to the second, remember everything, and when the defense asked, he couldn't really remember anything, and no, he wasn't sure. And when he was told that he testified to this and this, that really wasn't what he meant. Oh, and there was a hearing about how they were allowed to describe the paint at the crime scene, because this third trial, as I said before, was struck down by the Supreme Court of Massachusetts because they had a paint drying expert who didn't have the expertise to talk about drying paint. And the prosecution really wanted to have all the first responders to say it was fresh, wet paint on the floor. And they were, they have to be cautioned that they can't say fresh, wet paint. They can say wet paint. And then, funnily enough, he mentioned, just as the prosecution had done while he was arguing, that there was no skin on the paint. And the first victim said that. The second witness said that as well. They also wanted to. What's the other thing they can't mention? Oh, they can't talk about if it's spilled or if it's
It was
poured.
poured, yeah, or spilled.
Yeah. So, hey all, MLS.
Hi, David.
And while David is here, everyone, if you want to join into a Discord where you can see pictures from this trial and many, many, many more, you could. If you join and become a member at MLS Michigan Law Show, Make Law Simple, I think is what it's called now. If you go over to David, become a member, then you get access to his Discord. Oh, we have sound. Of
All
course,
right.
it's offer. Oh, and there was a Chinese cough scare during the weekend. And I have to try this one out. I got a new cover. Look how nice it is. Maybe it's a bit too big, but we'll work it out. Try it out.
How cute is that?
Well, I'm sorry, son. Maybe if you wasn't that old, you didn't have to have it turned up to 11.
Oh, Sorbert.
I need to get what checked? I'm not sure. Whatever. I probably did something wrong. They're always mean to me, Jamie. I'm such a nice guy. Well, we lost connection again. But
Oh my god, the cough. That's what they're talking about.
oh yeah, Salbert, behave. It's early morning. But there's always a cougher in any case. You know, that's the law. I think
I
Dave
think they like rent them and like send them around.
yeah, I think Dave can probably provide insight. Is it a federal rule that you need someone to cough annoyingly into some microphone during each and every court case that's televised? And are police officers specifically instructed in always opening everything right next to the microphone? I think it's a rule lawyers made just to make us angry. Hey Luna, welcome. Maybe stop whining. You were at the gym today. You should be happy. Yeah, but it's probably an amendment to the Constitution just to make sure every court has a cougher. Hey, Cindy Lou Hood.
Morning. Stop it. Oh my god.
Yeah, I think that's grounds for appeal. If there wasn't at least 5 cough an hour. It's just so annoying sometimes that there's always somebody sitting and having tuberculosis in the back of the courtroom. But then I have something to complain about, and that's always a thing. Oh, by the way, the other thing they couldn't talk about. Now we're watching the ceiling. The paint that was covering her body was ceiling paint, and I didn't know this, but this ceiling paint has some pigment in it that when you apply it, it's pink and it dries up white. So you can follow along and see, oh, did I hit everything? They're not allowed to mention anything about that color because they are laymen. They don't know anything. And they try to say, well, an officer had painted his own ceiling, so he know about how long it takes for it to dry. But because the Supreme Court struck down all the paint evidence, they're not allowed to talk about it. So that's the thing I couldn't remember. I had to remember. Yeah, if even if it's inside the mouth of the witness, we can't hear anything. But open evidence back 2 courtrooms over, we hear that. Maybe it's people with long COVID who got a job. We never know. So yeah, but no, this could turn out to be kind of a crazy case, and it seems like they're standing up now. So hopefully, yeah, it's the judge is ending. We can see his little. I'm pointing at the screen. Thank you, big deal. Amy, would you call me big deal?
The court is Hampton County Indictment 1180 CR 0128, Commonwealth versus Cara Rintala. The matter currently on trial.
I'm going to change my shirt because it annoys me looking at this.
Anything
Right.
before we bring in the jury?
Not from the Commonwealth, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. Jury entering.
Doesn't she look like she looks so sweet? Looks like a nice lady.
Court is now back in session. May proceed. Thank you.
Before we begin, I need to ask you about the instructions I gave you not to discuss this case with anyone, not to conduct any form of outside research or investigation, to avoid any of the participants in this matter, and to avoid any media accounts concerning this case. If anyone had any difficulty following those instructions,
Hi,
please
Miami
raise your hand.
Spice.
I see no response. So we just need to witness.
Switch.
Hey, Ron. Thank you. Morning, Chief Smith.
Good morning.
When we left off yesterday, find that you remember that Anne Marie Rintala's arms were about 6 to 8 inches off the ground when you saw her.
Yes, I did testify to that.
And was that the first time you testified to that?
I don't recall.
Well, let's talk about that.
Okay.
Do you remember your testimony in
Hey, Miami.
February of 2013? Sure. In February of
Right,
2013,
Hey, Danny T.
when you were asked questions about Anne Marie's arms, and this is page 17, lines 8 through 16. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
May.
Is that annoying squeaking
And,
sound in the court?
counsel, and this goes for all counsel, I appreciate the deference, but you need not ask my permission if you want to approach a witness or if you want a witness to approach the screen.
Thank you. I'll try, but I learned a different way.
It's
so I
okay
don't know
if you,
I can learn.
not a habit.
Thank you. Can you read lines 3 through
Mary, I
15
love
to
her.
yourself, please, sir?
Look at that jacket. Those chains.
She didn't have her 2 chains on today.
No.
Her rapper gold. She has the attitude of a West Coast rapper back in the late 90s.
That hair.
And good morning, John.
Hey, Shelly.
Oh, and I have to make a shout out for, I forgot my phone, to the one who made my lovely new emblem.
Thank you. Sir, is it fair to say that when you were describing the position of Anne Rintala's arms back in February 2013, you didn't use the term 6 to 8 inches? Is that fair to say, sir?
Yes,
Okay. And then, again,
Mm-hmm.
when you described this in January of 2014, it's fair to say, well, first of all, do you remember using the 6 to 8 inch description that you gave us yesterday?
in 2014.
Yes.
Interesting. I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember, this is page 76, lines 14 and 15. I'm going to ask you, sir, to keep this to yourself.
Right, Farrell?
sorry, page 77, lines 18 through 25. Can you read those to yourself, please, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. So I was going to say, when you described Anne-Marie Rintala's arms there, you didn't use the 6 to 8 description that you gave us yesterday. Is that right, sir?
Correct.
And then in September of 2016, do you remember whether or not you used the 6 to 8 inches off the ground like you told us yesterday?
I don't recall.
This is page 20, lines 1 through 7. Can you read those to yourself, please, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, that clock
That's-
is annoying.
Yeah, and that's why I changed my shirt, because it was with small stripes.
Just to be clear, the whole page?
Just lines 1 through 7, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank
Please.
you.
I'm sorry, maybe I didn't make that
You,
clear.
you did. I
apologize.
just wanted to make sure. I apologize.
Fair to say, sir, when you described Anne-Marie Rintala's arms back in 2016, you didn't use phrase that you used yesterday, 6 to 8 inches. Is that right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me, sir, that your memory would have been fresher back in 2013, 14, 16 than it is today?
I wouldn't agree with that.
Well, your memory gets better.
Well, I wouldn't be able to say whether it was better or wasn't better. It was the question that I was asked.
Okay. But you agree you didn't say 6 to 8 in 2013, 14, or 16, is that right?
I hate
That's
when people
correct.
are arguing like this.
And you don't agree
Yeah,
that your memory in 2023 is different than your
it's
memory in 2010. Is that what you're saying?
it's a 13-year-old
I
case.
don't believe so, after reading reports and reviewing my testimony from the
Oh, so it's
past.
not your memory, it's the fact that you read reports.
Correct.
Okay, so you don't have any independent memory, is that right?
That's correct.
I have buttons in this one. I can pop one for you, Farrell.
Uh-oh.
Overruled.
You don't have any independent memory, is that what you're gonna say, sir?
Of,
Where's Wolfie? His
Of
shot
the position of the
baron.
arms.
I have absolute memory of the position of the arms.
The 6 to 8 inches, do you have independent memory of that, sir?
I don't have any memory asked that question before.
I'm sorry?
I don't have any memory of being asked that question before.
Well, you were asked questions about the position of the arms, just like
Correct.
you were yesterday, right?
Correct.
Yesterday you said 6 to 8, but you didn't say that in 2013, 14, or 16, is that right, sir?
Correct.
But now we
Now,
remember.
sir, you also testified yesterday regarding, I think you used the word rigid when describing Anne Marie's body. Do you remember that testimony from yesterday?
Yes.
Yes.
And sir, is it fair to say that you hadn't used it, well, do you recall using the word rigid before?
I don't.
Okay. And did you use the word rigid describing?
On this channel, if you're new, I tend to stop the court stream if I'm answering questions or I go on a rant because I get angry at something, just so we don't miss any of the testimony. I watch other people who do it differently, and it's not my preferred style. I'll do it differently, but just a heads up if anyone is new here. Twisted isn't here yet, so he won't complain about it. Medita Finn, the lady in the checkered jacket, is the defense lawyer. She is a Wolverine mixed with I don't know. She's really on top of her game, and the reason this guy was talking about rigid is because they want to use rigor mortis to establish a timeline of the death. Now they can't use the drying paint. So I will bet you $1. No, I will bet the entire amount I made of streaming yesterday, 1 cent, that every witness will testify that the body moved as one unit. It was very, very, very stiff because of rigor mortis, and none of them will have said that before because they can't use the paint to prove the time of death. So now they want to use the rigor.
Yep.
And she's a Wolverine mixed with a Tasmanian devil and perhaps a honey badger. She is great.
It's feisty.
So, but if you're new here, that's why I like to stop the case. If you have any questions, please write them. We'll just stop. We're going to catch up. There will be breaks, no problem. And then we can talk about it because I like to have you rather ask me questions about the case, Farrell, about the case, than people sitting here wondering. Because, especially if you're new here, you could have questions, and I have my whiteboard. I can draw stuff. So no, Jamie isn't a honey badger Wolverine. Jamie is a lovebird mixed with a little hummingbird.
In Amory's body in 2013.
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you remember whether or not you used the word rigid when you described Amory's body in 2014?
I don't recall.
Sir, do you,
Especially you, Fedorowski. I know you need a little help.
remember
Just kidding.
in 2016 whether or not you used the word rigid?
I don't recall.
Now, let me show you your testimony in 2014. This is page 91.
I bet she could drink more beer than David.
Can you read lines 18
Most people can.
through
A toddler can.
21 to yourself, please, sir?
That clock is really annoying me now. They mentioned it.
I know. That's all I can see.
Thank you. It's fair to say, sir, that when you described, you were answering questions about the body there, you didn't use the term rigid, is that right?
I did not.
Okay. Now, sir, in 2016, when you were talking about the rigor,
It'll be a really short stream.
do you remember whether or not you used the word rigid to describe anything there, sir?
I don't recall.
Thank you so much, Mass.
This is page 28, lines 12 through 17. Can you read that to yourself, please, sir?
Yes.
it's really good they establish this early on that they never testified to this before, because she's probably going to bring it back in the
Yes,
closing
you can use the word rigid when you were describing,
that they talked about it.
well, when you were answering the question regarding
He's looking at the prosecution now.
the stiffness of the body. Is that right, sir?
Correct.
28?
Paramedic, approach sidebar, please.
Ooh.
That's fast. I like it when the prosecution witnesses looks really baffled at the prosecution, like what I'm supposed to do. And all of these officers, this guy, he failed upwards. All of them started as part-time patrol officers, and I think he started like some kind of school guard or something, a school security officer, and then now he's a lieutenant or whatever it's called. He's a leader of another department.
Yeah.
And it's so clear that they are told, because they don't have the paint line, use rigor, because experts will say that rigor starts between 2 to 4 hours, and if the whole body moves as a unit, a funny way to phrase it, but both the witnesses have said that yet. And not a normal. I'm not a police officer, but I won't. I don't believe that that's a normal terminology, that the whole body moved as a unit. That's not something a police officer would say without being instructed to talk about it. And to me, it's just, again, more shenanigans.
It is. It's like, okay, let's switch gears because we can't get in the one thing. So we're going to try to really hammer home this rigor mortis stuff.
Yeah. Jamie, do you know which movie this is from? If I believe right, it's Kevin Nash who said it.
I don't know.
You're too young to remember that. It's The Whole Nine Yards with Adam Sandler. Hey,
Whole
Wendy. Not The Whole Nine. Wasn't it the one where Adam Sandler goes to prison and have to play prison football? Wasn't it
The
The Whole Nine Yards? No, not the whole. No,
Long-
The Whole Nine Yards was with Bruce Willis.
Longest.
The Longest Yard. Yeah.
Is that
It's
set in
when
the I love that movie.
yeah, Kevin Nash is given estrogen and starts crying. Sharing is caring. It's called being nice. Try it. We might have watched this movie a few times. Hey, Paige M.
I just saw it like last week too. That's funny.
Oh. I started rewatching Justified. One of the best.
That is the best show. Highly recommend. Yeah. I've seen it a couple times.
Fed, I would recommend this Sandler movie. He's not as Sandlery in it as he can be. And there's a lot of old wrestlers playing in it too, because there's a lot of violence. So
Yeah, it's pretty good. Not like your typical Adam Sandler movie.
Yeah. In the beginning, he's kind of like the screaming idiot he always is, but then it turns out pretty well. Yeah, and Luna, it's the same in every case. It's so clear they help the officer remember certain phrases they really want them to say in the courtroom. They're not instructing them. They're not teaching them anything, because that would not be good. But two officers, the two first witnesses, saying the body moved as a unit. The first one with Burt Reynolds is good too.
Before we took a
They
break.
lost.
When you were describing rigor mortis in 2016, and I just showed you that transcript, you weren't using the word rigid, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, sir, I'm going to ask you a few questions about what
Hey,
you
the
observed
A's.
when you were there.
Hope you had a great vacation.
Welcome back, Ace.
They should, when you're gonna ask these questions, have a mark in your notes so you know exactly where it is. Don't waste
Sir, I
your
think you
time.
indicated fairly early that, once you decided that there was no way to revive, Anna Rintala, that your next focus was on securing the crime scene, is that right?
Yes,
And in your mind, it was a crime scene, right?
yes.
Your
And
mind is crazy, right?
Yeah.
I love CC.
just in terms of, assessing rigor mortis, I think yesterday you said, that when you were turning Anne Marie's body, you were at the hip level, is that right?
Yes,
And that, that's when you use the word rigid, is that right?
I believe so.
Okay. And is it fair to say that, you don't have any training, formal training in assessing rigor mortis, is that right?
Other than first responder training, that's all I've had.
So is that a yes or no? You haven't had any formal training in assessing rigor mortis?
Good job.
Am I an expert? No.
Not what I asked you, sir. Have you had any formal training in assessing?
Why do they always get
rigor mortis.
defensive?
I know.
I don't know if first responder training that I had is considered formal, but that's the only training I've had in detecting rigor mortis. So I don't know if you consider that formal or not. I don't know what you're defining as formal.
Sir,
you're not being asked this question on January 13th of 2014, being asked the question, and would you agree with me that you have no training in terms of assessing rigor mortis, and your answer was yes? Remember that, sir?
Yes,
Didn't say anything about your EMT training or anything like that, first responder training, right? You said yes.
yes.
And today your answer is not yes, right?
Objection. Overruled.
Yes.
Lost that one
What
too.
And sir, would you agree with me that nobody ever showed you how to properly assess rigor mortis, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And that, would you agree that the time that you were in that basement, that what you knew about rigor mortis was something that had been described to you as stiffness in the joints? Is that fair to say, sir?
Yes,
And not more than stiffness in the joints, right?
correct.
Okay. And it's fair to say, sir, that nobody has shown you how to properly assess someone to see if they're rigor mortis, is that right?
Correct.
And you agree that rigor mortis is a medical term, right?
Yes,
Okay. And the word liver mortis, sir. Have you been trained in how to assess liver mortis?
I have not.
Have you had any training in death scene investigation?
I have not.
Have you responded to a homicide before you responded to this scene on March 29th,
Love
2010?
her.
I have not.
She's
March,
hitting all the notes.
March
And
20.
I think you said yesterday that there was another officer, Officer Kohler, at Anna Marie Rintala's elbow, is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And did you ever see Officer Kohler attempt to bend Anna Marie Rintala's elbow?
I did not.
Okay. Did you see Officer Kohler attempt to move Anna Marie Rintala's shoulder?
I did not.
Okay. And you said yesterday that you pushed on the hip, is that right?
Yes,
Okay. But you didn't do anything to manipulate her leg or her hip in any way, is that right?
correct.
And sir,
This way up, welcome. Nope. Because they make it easier, so you don't have to see all the nice people. You just have to see the ones they deem are the best chats. YouTube is your friend. YouTube is just like our Danish government. They know best.
you said yesterday that,
Hey, Irish
once
again.
you removed
Aw,
Cara
Irish.
Rintala from underneath Anne Rintala's body, you directed someone to stay with her, right?
Yes,
She wasn't free to walk around that house at that point, is that fair to say?
correct.
You wanted an officer with her at all times, is that right?
Yes,
And that in fact happened. There was an officer with her at all times, is that right?
to the best of my knowledge.
Now, sir,
Look what you would be missing if you weren't in live chat. Søren being funny.
in your memory, sir, is that at some point in time, you gave Cara Rintala instructions not to touch anything, and she followed those instructions, right?
Yes,
She didn't try to touch anything on the way up the stairs, is that right?
correct,
She didn't try to touch walls, is that right?
correct.
She didn't try to touch anything other than what you told her to do, which was put her arms like this, right?
Yes,
And she followed those instructions.
absolutely.
Hi, Pixie.
Now, sir, you were in charge
Pixie,
for a little while anyhow of the crime
You
scene log. were you
notice a
not?
little difference?
Okay, and can you explain to the jury what a crime scene log is?
It's a running list of keeping anybody
No,
who
was-
phone
yeah,
calls that
was
are
it
made or
Dixie
people
who
that
made
arrive
it?
on scene,
I can't
that
remember.
enter the scene, the time they come in, the time they leave, to keep some kind of track of who's on scene.
And why is it important to have a crime scene log?
To preserve the crime scene, to make sure that we have everything accounted for.
And is that to protect the integrity of the crime scene, is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And one of the things that you protect in terms of the integrity of the crime scene is access to and from a house. Is that fair to say?
yes,
Okay. And in order to protect the integrity of the crime scene, you want to limit the number of people who are in the house and limit the number of people who go in and out any doors of the house. Is that fair to say?
fair to say yes.
And that's because crime scene hasn't been there yet. They haven't had the opportunity to do any testing. And you want to try to preserve that crime scene at that point. Is that right?
Yes,
Now, sir, do you remember how many times you yourself went in and out that side door that night?
No, it's 13 years ago.
I can account for up until the crime log 4 times I was in and out. I went in, came back out, in, back out.
Okay. And it's fair to say that you saw Oz go in and out through that door, is that right?
Yes,
You saw Pandora go in and out through that door, is that right?
yes,
And you saw Pola go in and out through that door, is that right?
yes,
And that was on a number of occasions, is that fair to say?
yes,
Okay. And that was before you had established sort of the preservation of the crime scene, is that right?
I believe that's when I started the crime scene as it was indicated,
Okay.
the log.
And there were other people other than the
Damn.
ones that I mentioned that were coming in and out through that door, right?
Correct.
Okay. And sir, when you were at the house that evening, do you remember having any conversations with anyone regarding a domestic?
I don't recall that.
You don't? Hey, Coach, oh, sorry, Judge. Haven't. Could you read, I'm sorry, page 51, lines 19 to 25. Can you read those to yourself, please?
I
And
thought his
everyone,
so much better now than it was in 2010.
yeah, he knows everything
He
as
seems
he's
to not
instructed
remember
to
what
know.
he said back then.
And I'm looking forward to it. It's been a while since you uploaded last time. Fed makes the greatest exploring videos of the Norwegian countryside.
Oh yeah, they're great.
All set?
Imaginary country is living in the
Make sure I'm
future.
understanding.
It's not Friday, Pixie. I'm sorry to burst your bubble.
Okay.
Sir, does that refresh your memory as to whether or not you had any conversations about domestic that night?
As indicated there, when I spoke
Just
to
yes, does it refresh your memory?
it does, yes.
Okay. And is it true, sir, that you did have conversations regarding the domestic that night?
And I don't recall exactly what words were used.
Of course not.
Well, sir,
Word for word, I don't understand.
you don't understand the word domestic?
That's not what I said. So
Okay.
word for word, I remember the exact conversation.
I'm not asking you about word for word. I'm saying, did you have conversations regarding a domestic? You said you didn't remember, right?
Correct.
And after having read this, page 51 from September 15th of 2016, it refreshed your memory that you did have conversations, right?
I did.
It's amazing how clear their memories are when they're talking to the prosecution and never when they're talking to the defense.
Yeah, it's it's disturbing. They're so evasive.
Now, sir,
Yeah, and it just makes them seem even more slimy.
Yeah.
It's
have you had the opportunity before today to review your crime scene log?
I did,
Okay. And you in fact put your crime scene log in your report, is that fair to say?
yes.
And that's pretty common. When you create a crime scene log, either separately documented or you put it in the report. Is that right, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, sir, do you remember from your crime scene report, log, I'm sorry, what time that Trooper McGarrian got to the scene?
Offhand, don't remember. I don't recall.
I know, old man. I've been thinking about it too.
Let me just read
Mhm.
this pink highlighted to yourself.
Okay.
Sir, after having read that, does that refresh your memory as to what time
You need
Trooper
like
McGarrian got to the scene that night?
It does.
oh sweet.
And what time did you have in your report, sir?
20, 35 hours.
Gotta
Okay.
keep them
And-
untangled.
For those of us who are not military,
Sorry.
can you tell, no, don't be sorry at all. Can you tell us what 20:35 means?
That'd be
8:35.
8:35.
Okay.
Mass, why did you mention
Now,
the
sir,
clock?
I know.
You can't unsee it now.
do you ever remember talking or having conversations with a Trooper Holman, Holman, regarding domestic?
I don't recall speaking to him about that.
This is the report, June 3rd, 2010, paragraph 2. Can you read?
Which page?
Page 1, paragraph 2. Can you just read that line to yourself, stopping right here? You don't have to read any of that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sorry, whose report is this?
Do you wanna-
Sure. This is a report of Trooper Holman.
Not his.
Right. Not his. I'm using it to refresh his memory.
I understand, Counsel. Thank you.
She looks like she could put him in a figure 4 leg lock.
She
And
sure
beat him
could.
Sir,
with his
having
own
read
shoe.
that, does that refresh your
Right.
memory as to whether or not you had a conversation with Trooper Holman, where you reported to him that there was a history of domestic at the residence?
Yes, it does.
You in fact said that to Trooper Holman, right?
Yes.
Now, sir, you also, sir, so in addition to being there that night, you stayed involved in some of the investigation in this case, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you assisted Trooper McGarrian when you could, is that right?
Yes.
And sir, do you remember at some point interviewing, or being present when there were interviews of Donna Olasak and her daughter Shannon Olasak.
Don't recall.
There's a report from Trooper
Does
McGarren,
anyone remember
dated
half an hour ago he said his memory were better now than they were in 2010
oh,
because
Yeah.
he reread his
2011.
report. I
But he
don't
can't
Read
remember.
that to yourself, please, sir.
She's having to refresh him for everything.
Yeah, but it's great that he says I have a perfect memory because I read my report, and now she has to show him everything. It makes him look even slimier,
Hmm.
if that's a word.
Yeah. Like, just answer the questions. Even if I don't remember. I mean, my memory isn't that great anymore.
Yeah, and say, well, I
Be
reread
genuine
my
about it, and it would look a lot better.
I reread my report, so I remember the
Can I
details
just
about
read that, sir?
what happened later in the night. I
Can I
don't
refresh your
remember
memory
it
as to whether or not
exactly.
you were present
Yeah.
during an interview of two witnesses, or two people, Donna Olasak and Shannon Olasak, back on June 15th, 2011?
It does.
Okay, sir. And at that point, this wasn't the first time that you were involved in investigations like this, right? And I'm sorry, bad question, really bad question. Let me start again. So this wasn't the first time in this investigation that you were involved in assisting Trooper McGarrian with various aspects of the investigation, is that right?
That is correct.
And Trooper McGarrian would keep you apprised of what was happening in the investigation, is that right?
Correct.
And in a certain sense, you guys were trying to work together, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so on this particular date, you understood, or did you understand, the purpose of speaking to Donna Olasak and Shannon Olasak?
Yes.
And was that to try to verify the Bob's discount furniture store information?
Bob's and
discount
Nadine,
To the
furniture.
best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And is that because you had learned in the course of your investigation that Mark Olasak had initially said that he would,
Mac. Of course, there's a store called Bob's Discount Furniture. I'm in love. I'm in love.
and with that accent, Bob's and Virginia is a thing.
Yep.
But it's probably not the same thing. But I like this lady.
Yeah.
Of course, we don't know what the jury is hearing. They could think, oh, she's just a nosy B word. But she keeps showing them he doesn't remember anything, which makes me question how can he remember exactly how her body moved as a unit. It's a great way to show doubt about his previous testimony.
Yeah. Especially when you're so fighting. No, I remember.
And did you have any formal training? What do you mean by formal? Do you have any formal training? Well, besides the paramedic training, paramedics are not trained in going around determining rigor mortis.
No,
It's just stupid. Mark,
Mac. I don't know what it is, but I love it. Bob's Discount Furniture. Lefty, yes. Stop it.
something won't be brought up on screen. Lefty.
Lefty, ew.
No, you can't call her Rosie. You call her by her given name, or she will take you out back and throw you around a bit.
What's her last name again? Scapete. Oh, she has a great name. Rosemary.
Scarab something. I'm from the David Helms School of Names and stuff, so I
And
don't do names.
also, oh my God, I would love to see her do her hair in the morning.
Isn't that
It's
just
so I love it.
turning 4 blowers up to 100 and Escapiccio.
Oh.
But isn't
Yeah.
C pronounced as a K in Italian?
Ouch.
It is
I
in
just-
the beginning of a name. Yeah,
Scapiccio.
I normally get the Rumble updates emails 4 days after I ended my stream. So glad someone gets them. Because the other people I follow on Rumble, it's kind of hit him. Ricadas I get, but he's an associate with them. Styx Hexenhammer and people like that, maybe days later.
Yes, we need to get ready with me with Rosemary in the morning before court. I want to
Yeah.
see that necklace tree where she decides what necklace she's going to be wearing that day, that blazer, that closet of blazers, and then
How many walk-in
her
closets
out
does she
with
have?
her makeup and hair routine, please.
How many walk-in closets does she have? She has one for her blazers. Does
One
she
for her
have an entire walk-in closet for chains?
I want to know what her like casual style is. Does she wear like a? Does she have like tracksuits? I don't know. I just want.
Isn't Boston kind of a tracksuit, velour tracksuit
I don't
country?
know. I'm just like.
I could
so-
just see her with a tight-fitting red velour tracksuit and doing the power walk for exercise.
Yeah, with your little fanny pack.
This case is really Italian. Well, it is Cicero and it is Caesar, not Caesar. Caesar.
Members of the jury, you're going to hear some questions or some testimony rather about steps that were taken during this investigation, people that were spoken to, what they said. Ordinarily, a statement of someone else, an out-of-court statement is what we call hearsay. And unless there's an exception, it's not admissible. I won't go into all of that. But the testimony you will hear about what people other than this witness said or did in relation to the investigation is only being introduced so that you can assess the investigation, the steps that the police took or didn't take, and for that limited purpose only. And I will give you a more detailed instruction at the end of the trial concerning evidence of this sort, but I just want to alert you to the limited purposes that you for which you may consider this evidence.
Oh, she's so cute. Oh,
This way up, you miss a detective who has a better memory today than 13 years ago because he reread his report and he absolutely can't remember anything he said during the previous 3 trials. So she's doing a bang-up job again, Mrs. Velour Tracksuit.
Okay. So Chief Smith, I'm going to ask you again, before we broke, I asked you whether or not you understood when you went to interview Donna Olasak and Shannon Olasak, whether or not Mark Olasak
Olasak.
Mark.
had originally reported that he went to physical therapy and was home the rest of the day, and you discovered that wasn't true.
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay. And did you also understand before you went on June 15, 2011, to interview Donna Olasak and Shannon Olasak that that Mark Olasak had credit cards, 3 of them, that he had given to Anne Marie Rintala with a balance of about $7,000 on the date of her death. Is that right?
From what I can recall.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
And have
He
you
really
also
doesn't
learned
wanna
in the course
say
of your
those things.
investigation that Mark Olasak was in his relationship with Anne Marie Rintala would engage in conduct like going to the movies, is that right?
Correct.
Going to dinner, is that right?
From what I recall,
Going out for drinks, is that right?
from what I can recall,
Yes.
Hugging, is that right?
from what I can recall,
Kissing on the corner of the mouth, is that right?
from what I can recall.
And you learned in the course of your investigation that Mark Olszak said that he was home all day initially, is that right? After he went to physical therapy.
Correct.
And in sometime in 2011, did you get access to Mark Olszak's credit card receipts for the date of March 29, 2011, in the course of your investigation?
I don't recall that.
You know,
I don't.
well,
Getting the access.
you don't recall getting access, or did you become aware that somebody got access to the
Correct.
credit card receipts?
Yes.
Not you personally, that was a bad question. Somebody got access to the credit card receipts, is that right?
Yes, to the best of my knowledge, yes.
And you learned that Mark Olszak, in the course of your investigation, had been to Home Depot that morning, is that right?
Correct.
And that he had gone to Walmart, is that right?
Correct.
And that at Walmart, he had purchased a $7 pair of pants, is that right?
To the best of my knowledge.
And that purchase took place sometime around 4:30 on March 29th, 2010, is that right?
Yep. The Walmart.
To the best of my knowledge at the time.
$7.
Sir, can you just look at this document
Mhm.
and tell me whether or not you recognize it?
How she got this lawyer, I don't get, and I think it's pro bono.
I don't recognize the document.
You know,
I
That
don't.
great old
Okay.
line. Love that picture. Baker needs
Sir,
to put it in a
do
coffee
you ever
cup.
remember being told by Trooper McGarrian that there was a $7 purchase from Walmart back on March 29th, 2010 at $16.28.15?
I don't recall.
And again, could you give us the military equivalent of $16.28.15?
That would be 4:28 p.m.
You don't remember Trooper McGarrian ever telling you this?
I do not recall that.
Okay. Well, do you remember when you were speaking to Donna Olszak or Shannon Olszak, whether anyone asked them if they went to the Walmart at 4:30 in the afternoon?
I don't recall the question.
Who was there?
Tuesday.
Oh my god, I love it.
She's asking him if calls that being said, so it's really his recollection based on his direct experience, so is that hearsay?
Yes, Your Honor, it's the substance of the third party statement, it's not here.
Okay, well, so at this point, I think he said he didn't recall, so let's just get to, I'm gonna overrule it for now, but go ahead.
Thank you. So, do you remember, sir, when you were interviewing, or you were present when Donna Olszak and Shannon Olszak were interviewed, whether or not you ever heard anyone ask them about whether they went to the Walmart at around 4:30, 4:28:15 on March 29, 2010?
I don't recall.
If you had asked about the Walmart, would it have been included
Wow.
in any report that you're aware of?
I'm
Can't
sorry.
stop
In other
hearing
words,
it.
if you had asked about Walmart, would it be something that would be included in a report?
I would assume so.
Well, it's a pretty significant thing, right? A witness told you that he was home all day. You have a receipt that he was at the Walmart, and you're interviewing the wife and the sister, and nobody asks them?
I don't recall the question.
Being asked,
Correct.
okay? Now, sir, we talked a little bit about you being aware that you got the credit card receipts from Mark Olszak. That happened sometime in 2011, right?
I believe so.
And that was your reason, once you looked at the credit card receipts, that was your reason for going and interviewing, one of the reasons for going and interviewing Donna Olszak and Shannon Olszak, is that right?
Objection, Your Honor. This witness has not testified that he has seen these receipts.
Well, the question was whether that was the reason, so he can clarify that with his answer, but that's not the question. So overruled.
I'm sorry, could you
Sure.
repeat the question?
was one of the reasons that you were going to interview Donna Olasak and Shannon Olasak, was to clarify these credit card receipts from Mark Olasak, is that right?
I went along with the trooper. I don't know the reason why if that was the direct reason why he was interviewing her.
You don't know,
I don't know
okay.
his reasoning.
Well, he knew that you were there because there was some claim now that both Shannon Olasak, Donna Olasak, and Mark Olasak were at the Bob's Discount Furniture Store on March 29, 2010, right?
Correct.
And in the course of your investigation, did you learn, or did Trooper McGarren tell you, that he had gone to the Bob's Discount Furniture Store and looked at video and didn't see any video of Mark Olasak, Shannon Olasak, or Donna Olasak at the Bob's Discount Store? You learn that?
So that is sustained, I think we're getting.
I'm sorry, but I didn't understand.
So I'm sustaining that objection.
Okay, I'll ask a different question. Before you interviewed Shannon Olasak and Donna Olasak, did you learn that Trooper McGarrian had pulled the video of the Bob's furniture?
Objection.
Did you learn?
So this is just
Did you learn?
Joel talking about what he knew about the investigation.
That's right, Judge.
All right. And again, ladies and gentlemen, these questions and the testimony in response to these questions is not being offered for its truth. It's really as to this witness's state of mind as it related to his role in this investigation. It should be considered only for those purposes. Go ahead.
So, sir, let me ask you again. Before you went to interview Donna Olasak and Shannon Olasak,
Donna
did
Olasak.
you learn from
Donna?
any in the investigation
Donna.
that Trooper McGarrian had been to the Bob's Discount Furniture, had looked at the video, and had not seen anyone on?
From what I can recall, yes.
And when you interviewed Donna Olasak and Shannon Olasak, is it fair to say that Donna Olasak told you that the day that her daughter usually comes home to have dinner was on Wednesdays, not Mondays, which was the day of the murder?
I don't recall that.
You read the highlighted portion, paragraph 1, last sentence.
She just gets him to say, I don't remember anything all the time.
Yeah.
It makes him seem so weak
Very
as a
well said,
witness.
Does that refresh your memory, sir, as to whether or not when you were there interviewing Donna Olasak, that she noted that Wednesdays Shannon usually has dinner with the family?
I don't recall the statement.
You don't?
I
I thought you had a great memory. You remember everything.
Objection, Your Honor.
The state.
Oh,
Yep.
You don't recall?
I don't recall that statement.
But everyone heard it.
Do you see it in Trooper McGarren's report?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, sir, in terms of what you recall, we all know you have a good memory, what you recall the interview was about with Donna Olasak, do you remember anyone asking her about when her daughter comes back to have dinner?
I don't.
Well, you knew, sir, that the reason you were asking her about dinner was that Mark Olasak had claimed that his daughter came home for dinner, and that they went to the Bob's Furniture, right? You learned that in the course of your investigation, right?
Yes.
And so you don't remember, as you sit here today, Donna Olasak telling you that the date that her daughter came home was Wednesday, not Monday?
I don't.
Okay. What about
Okay.
Shannon Olasak? When you interviewed Shannon Olasak, do you remember her saying that she believed she took a day off from work to go furniture shopping with her parents, followed by dinner at her parents' home? Remember
I
her
think-
saying that?
I think she just picked her up
I
for
don't
this
have any
one,
recollection of
and
that
it's pro
statement.
bono As far as I
Did you remember
read, I
anyone
can
asking
be
her
mistaken.
what day? In other words, what day was it?
That's
Did you do it
awesome.
on a Monday? Did you do it on a Wednesday?
I don't recall.
It would have been pretty important in the investigation to know whether or not Shannon Olasak came home on a Wednesday or a Monday, right?
Correct?
And as you sit here today, you don't have any memory at all of what Shannon Olasak may have said or Donna Olasak may have said, right?
Correct.
And that includes anything else that they may have said in this investigation. Is that right, sir? You just have no
Correct.
memory. It's a blank for you.
I don't recall.
Now, sir, do you recall before you interviewed Shannon Olasak and Donna Olasak that you learned in the investigation that Mark Olasak had been sleeping in Anne Marie Rintala's pink sleeping bag?
That's so
Everyone
weird.
that, sir?
That is weird.
Oh, yes.
And that at least somebody in the investigation thought that was odd, right?
Correct.
Okay. And at this point, when you found out that he was sleeping in Anne Marie Rintala's sleeping bag in the course of your investigation, did you already have the phone records that showed that he deleted that text from 153?
I don't recall.
Also, do you remember learning in the course of your investigation that Mark Olasak deleted a text to Anne Marie Rintala at 152 or 153 on March 29, 2010?
Yes.
And he didn't delete a text at 8:15 that night to Anne Marie Rintala. He just deleted the one from 152 or 153. Is that right?
From what I can recall.
Now, sir, in the course of your
could be
investigation, when you spoke to Donna Olasak and Shannon Olasak and got that information from them, do you know whether or not anyone went back and interviewed Mark Olasak about what his wife and his daughter had told you?
I don't know.
Do you know if anyone ever asked Mark Olasak why he deleted that text at 152 or 153 on March 29, 2010?
I don't know.
Oh, she's showing
Did
him
you learn
his
from interviewing
statements,
Donna Olasak
and the judge has allowed
that
it.
there was some tension in the Olasak family regarding Mark Olasak's credit card extension? In other words, 3 credit cards to Anne Marie Rintala. Did you learn that?
I believe so.
Okay, and that was, and do you remember Donna Olasak telling you that she had found out about 2 of the credit cards, and there was some sort of argument, right, between her and her husband? You learned that, right?
I would probably object to being a bit leading.
Basis.
The basis is, this is not going any longer to this officer's state of mind or why he did or didn't do something. This is now coming in for a different purpose.
Can you ask the question a little differently?
Sure. Did you learn when you were interviewing Donna Olasak on January
This is the
15,
defense
2011,
process. Yes.
that her and her husband had fights over Mark Olasak's opening 3 credit cards in Anne Marie Rintala's name?
Of course,
Learn that,
no.
sir?
Thank you.
Your Honor, same objection, same question.
Who was there?
So I'm going to overrule the objection, but again, members of the jury, this evidence isn't being introduced and it should be considered is to the truth of the statements that you've heard, but rather how this witness considered that information and what he did with it as an investigation or an investigator in this case.
Can you answer, Judge?
Yes.
Can you ask again?
Yes, please, sorry.
Okay. So did you learn in the course of your investigation of Donna Olasak that she learned that Mark Olasak had allowed or had taken out 3 credit cards in Anne Marie Rintala's name?
Yes.
And in fact, did she tell you that she first found out about 2 of the credit cards
Oof. Oof.
and confronted Mark Olasak? Did she tell you that in the course of your investigation?
Yes.
And that there was in fact 3 credit cards? She found out later, right?
I would be
And her
so
husband had lied to
mad.
her about the number of cards that he had out in Marie Rintala's name, is that right?
Yes,
And you remember during the course of your investigation, learning that the way she found out about her credit card is she went to go open up her own credit card, and that credit card came up on her credit report. Do you remember that, sir?
I don't.
You don't remember that part?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Now, sir, when you interviewed Donna Olasak on June 15th of 2011, do you remember her telling you that she asked her husband not to work with Anne-Marie Rintala any longer?
I believe so.
And did you learn in the course of your investigation he continued to work with Anne-Marie Rintala?
I believe so.
And did you learn in the course of your investigation that in fact, he, Mark Olasak, went on a trip with Anne-Marie Rintala to Connecticut shortly before her death?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Did you learn that, sir?
I believe so.
And they went to Connecticut for the day, and did you learn that there was some talk about purchasing a dog?
Oof.
I don't recall.
Okay, so you know they spent the day in Connecticut, you don't know what they did.
Correct.
You ever remember becoming aware of the fact that Mark Olasak had withdrawn some money, about $250 from his account the day that he and Anne-Marie Rintala were in Connecticut? You ever learning that, sir?
I don't remember learning that.
No, sir. Do you remember,
I mean,
after having learned that Mark Olasak lied to his wife about his relationship with Anne-Marie Rintala, whether or not anyone went back to Mark Olasak and re-interviewed him?
I'm sorry, I don't recall.
You don't recall whether or not he was re-interviewed?
Correct.
Okay. Did you learn in the course of your investigation whether or not, after you interviewed Donna Olasak and Shannon Olasak, whether or not there were any efforts
Cul-de-sac.
to try to get additional receipts for the stores that Mark Olasak had been to
Interview on a cul-de-sac.
on the day of March 29, 2010?
I don't recall that.
Do you remember learning from Trooper McGarry or anyone else that because so much time had passed before anyone requested the receipts, that many of the receipts from whatever Mark Olasak did that day were not available?
Can I see counsel?
She is slamming this witness
Oh
so
my God.
hard and really showing that he knows absolutely nothing. And the police put on the blinders, just as she said in her opening statement. They were running through this like a horse through a Kentucky Derby. They were only looking for the finish line, which was get this woman in prison. And all of this is enough to raise, and they have, of course, to tie him to not being with someone and haven't gotten an alibi. It raises a lot of doubt about if she could or not couldn't have done it. I think she's a great lawyer. I'm really happy C-Swept put this trial on us because we're seeing some really good lawyering.
I like that too. Like I mean, sometimes when you have like even if you have like kind of a boring trial, if you have a really good lawyering, I really like that. Like I'm entertained by that. So
Yeah, and again, I really don't hope we get bogged down with thousands of experts just talking for 6 hours about nothing. They said it could be 3 to 4 weeks, so I'm really afraid they're gonna pull in everyone because she's really poking holes in the case and raising a lot of reasonable doubts.
look at his little eye shifting around. He's so nervous.
Yeah, and keep an eye on when she gets him in hot water. he looks straight at the prosecution. Yeah, and you can impeach them with their prior testimony. It's amazing because this guy haven't until yesterday he didn't remember anything about rigor mortis, and suddenly he had first responder training that made him an expert in rigor mortis. It's just about as sure of a science as the armpit
Yeah.
testing to see when a body was slain.
Definitely.
You'll be back. Yeah, one thing is she has done some great cases, but she's really showing how to run a case here. And she comes off as a bit crash, but in Massachusetts, Boston area, isn't that how people perceive people from that area, as a bit brash and tough?
Yeah, I can't remember exactly who was in the chat, but I think they said that this wasn't from the Boston area. She's from Boston, it says, but I'm curious what area this is in.
It's in
And
New
the same.
New Hampton, in Massachusetts. If I
Yeah.
remember, I found it yesterday.
Yeah.
But
I'm not
but
very
still,
sure Boston or Massachusetts, so
but I just think that, again, I know most of my stuff about Americans from movies, and
yeah.
but when you see Boston people, they're always kind of a tough crowd.
So what is Western Massachusetts like? Is it pretty similar?
Yeah, Wicked Psych, is it like Boston where you have an attitude?
Oh yeah.
Because I only met nice Americans.
So, sir, in terms of your interview with Dawn Olasak and Shannon Olasak, it's fair to say that the date of that interview was June 15th, 2011,
Don Olsack and Channel Attack.
Yes,
and the date of the homicide was March 29th, 2010.
correct.
And to the best of your memory, is that the first time that anyone interviewed Dawn Olasak or Shannon Olasak in the course of this investigation?
From what I can recall.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
All right,
So
boring.
all the information
Yeah.
you were just asked about and these interviews and receipts and whatnot, was that all done before Cara Rintala was charged in this case?
I believe so.
Let me ask
I'm
you
not
this.
sure.
Do you recall whether Cara was charged in October of 2011?
He doesn't
As to
remember.
the exact date, I don't recall what the exact date was.
Not the exact date, but latter half of 2011?
Correct.
Who was the lead investigator in this case?
Trooper McGarry,
And who is Trooper McGarry?
he's part of the State Police Detective Unit.
And were you making independent decisions as to what investigative steps to take in this case?
No,
Who was making those decisions?
Trooper McGarry.
And this June 15th, 2011 report that you were shown regarding an interview with Donna and Shannon Olasak, I believe you used the phrase, I went along with Trooper McGarry for that interview.
Yes,
What did you mean by that?
it was his interview when I was just there, going along on the interview.
And what would be the purpose in a second officer or a second sergeant such as yourself going along with a state police detective?
To be part of the process.
Did you write a report based upon those
There
interviews?
we go.
I did not.
And who did?
Trooper McGarry.
I enjoy it, Wicked.
Now,
I
these
enjoy it.
questions or the information that you learned during the investigation established that on the afternoon of March 29th, 2010, Mark Olasak was shopping in Westfield, am I right?
Correct.
And there were at least one receipt from that afternoon shopping in Westfield, correct?
from what I was told, yes.
Okay. And just to orient us, the area in Westfield where Mr. Olacek was shopping that afternoon compared to Granby, are you familiar with those
Oh, Shelley.
locations or where the towns of Granby and Westfield are?
Yes,
And have you driven from either Granby to Westfield or Westfield to Granby throughout your time here in Western Mass?
yes.
And how would you approximate the travel time from one location to the other?
Yes.
Get it.
Depending on traffic, half hour.
It depending on
And
traffic.
after
Is that in
Speaking with
heavy
Shannon
or
Olacek and speaking with Donna Olacek and investigation of receipts and talking to Mr. Olacek, was he considered a suspect any longer?
I don't believe so.
Now, let me ask you some questions, sir, about some prior testimony in this case that Attorney Scapiccio asked you about.
Scapiccio.
She
Capiccio?
first asked you some questions this morning about your description of Anne Marie's arms being 6 to 8 inches off the ground. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And she asked you whether or not you said that in 2013, am I right?
yes,
She then asked you whether you said that in 2014, correct?
yes,
She then asked you if you said that in 2016, correct?
yes,
And as a witness, you testified in cases before, correct?
correct,
You only answer the questions that are asked of you.
correct.
So, going back to 2013, pages 17 and 18. If you could review those 2 pages, I believe you were showing them a little bit earlier this morning.
I don't really know those areas either. It's terrible.
Yeah, it's like telling me it's just like Slovenia.
I'm terrible.
Okay.
She says that, and I'm like, eh. That's how I say
So
it.
as you're reading that, let me just ask, let me tell you what my next question will be.
Capiccio.
My next question will be whether
Capiccio.
anyone in 2013 asked you to estimate how far off the ground Anne Marie's arms were.
You want me to read both pages?
Yes.
Oh, he's a slow reader too. And you're just gonna say no one asked me. But why didn't they ask him back then? If it's so important how her body was because of the rigor mortis, it just raises more questions.
Well, is this going to prove that he actually said it? Like, let's hear it. Come on.
No, it's just gonna prove he wasn't asked about it.
Oh. I thought they were showing he said it.
Were you asked that question back then?
I don't know any
Were you
Italian.
asked to estimate the number
history.
of inches or the distance between Anne Marie's arms and the floor in 2013?
I was not.
That's why you didn't say
What
it.
does that matter, though?
If the defendant is real quick,
You were then asked
they
if
can
you
get in
had
that,
said
why
6 to
didn't
8
they
inches in
about it back then?
2014, directing your attention to page 77, left-hand side. I believe you were shown the same page earlier. Same question, sir. Did anybody in 2014 ask you how far off the ground her arms were?
bread is not pastry. Stop finagling your bra. You're on camera.
Were you asked that question?
I was not.
And that's why you didn't say it.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
You were also asked about your testimony in 2016, and I'll refer your attention to page 20. Again, you could review that with an eye
I do
for whether you were
picture
asked by
Frank's
anybody
Red Hot Lady.
to estimate the distance.
Fed's onto something.
I don't know what that is.
Well, it's like hot sauce. And I just picture her pulling it out of her bag and putting it on her little lunch as she's talking her lawyer talk.
Were you asked that question?
I was not.
Did you give that answer? Is that why you didn't say 6 to 8 inches?
Correct.
In each of those instances, sir, when you were asked to describe Anne Marie's arms and the positioning of them, did you describe them as being suspended off the ground?
Yes.
But did he write?
Now, you were
Did it
also
in
asked
his
questions
report?
about whether you had used the word rigid prior to yesterday, correct?
Correct.
And what do you understand the term rigid to mean? When you use rigid, what's your definition of rigid?
Rigid stiffness, for me, it's
Synonymous?
synonymous.
And
It's like
in
me and
2013,
pledging
you
money.
were asked by Attorney Skipper whether in 2013 you had used the word rigid, correct?
Correct.
Now turning your attention to page 20 from 2013, line 23. How did you describe Anne Marie's body at that point?
Stiff.
In 2014, you recall also being asked to describe Anne Marie's body as you were rotating it so Cara could get out from underneath the body.
Yes.
Direct your attention to page 83, line 17. Page 83, line 17. You recall that answer you gave, sir? And how did you describe her body at that point?
Has to be as in one unit when we rolled it. Rolled her.
As one
And
unit.
in 2016, you were
That's
asked
just nothing.
by Attorney
Not something you
Skipper
say.
this morning whether you had used
Yeah.
the term rigid, correct?
Correct.
And page
I hope
27,
she comes back
lines
and hits him
7
over the
through
head with
20.
something, or else the state is doing a good job of
What
rehabilitating
terms
him.
did you use in 2016 to describe her body? as
He's
you were-
the second at the scene. He's a police officer.
Don't read the whole thing.
If you
or just the words
review
I-
the page to yourself.
Okay. Okay.
And what terms do you recall using 7 years ago, sir?
The body was stiff.
Which you associate with rigid.
Yes.
So your adjective has changed over time?
Yes.
Has your understanding, description, your perception of her body changed at all?
No.
Now, you were also asked about people going in and out through the side door as you were keeping the crime scene log, correct?
Yes.
As investigators were going in and out of that door, did you ever see any of them manipulating, changing, or damaging anything?
Did not observe that.
Did you see any of them carrying a shovel in or out of the house?
I did not.
That's all the questions I had for you, sir. Thank you.
So, sir, let's talk about what ADA Aggie just asked you. This is the testimony in 2013. You said the reason that you didn't say 6 to 8 inches is because nobody asked you, right?
Correct.
Sir, weren't you asked specifically, what did you observe about her arms? Weren't you asked that at line 9 on page 17? Remember that, sir?
Am I going to show it to me or do I remember?
Sure.
Or do I remember? Well, you don't
17.
remember.
Yes.
I'm sorry, which line did you want?
Line 9.
Here, oh, sorry.
Up here? Is that what
Right
you-
here, yes.
Okay. Line 9.
Whoops.
Okay.
So I was going to say, you were asked to describe, in 2013, describe her arms, right?
Yes.
And no one told you, don't say 6 to 8 inches. They just said describe her arms, right?
Yes.
You didn't say anything about 6 to 8 inches, is that right?
Correct.
Now, sir, you indicated that rigid, stiff, in your mind is the same thing, is that right?
Yes.
And, sir, you understand, because you're chief of police, you testified a lot, that consistency matters in your testimony, right?
Correct.
And so when you start using different terms, it seems inconsistent, is that fair to say?
Objection.
Overruled.
that fair to say, sir?
Correct.
Because you're an officer, you're a chief, you understand the importance of being consistent, right?
Yes.
And one of the other things you weren't consistent about, sir, was your description yesterday of the V in Cara Rintala's legs that didn't move when you moved the body. Do you remember that, sir?
Yes.
And you hadn't said anything about that in 2013, right?
Correct.
You hadn't said anything about that in 2014, right?
Correct.
And you didn't say anything about that in 2016, right?
From what I can recall, correct.
That was something that you just said for the first time yesterday, right?
From what I can recall, correct.
He looks like a little kid being caught looking into
Yes, sir.
dirty magazines.
Maybe again, he asked you about some receipts that we're trying to track down from Mark Olsek. Do you remember those questions just a minute ago?
Correct.
And you remembered about a receipt somewhere not in Granby, is that right?
Correct.
You had told, to say you told me you didn't remember anything about the receipts, right?
I remember seeing that receipt you showed me.
Okay. But you remembered when ADA Gagny asked you about a receipt in a town outside of Granby, right?
Correct.
Where was that? Was that Home Depot?
I believe so.
So I asked you about Home Depot, and you said you don't remember seeing that. But you remembered it when the prosecutor asked you, right?
Correct.
No further questions.
She's so great. So
Boom, Rosemary.
now you have to rehabilitate him all over again.
Again, with respect to the V shape of Anne Marie's legs, I didn't ask you that in 2013, 14, or 16, did I?
No.
But I asked you it yesterday,
Correct.
and you answered it yesterday.
Correct.
Thank you.
One more. One last.
One more.
But sir, you were asked to describe her legs in 2013, 14, and 16, and you never said remained in this V shape. Is that fair to say, sir?
Fair to say.
I have nothing further.
I have a Parkinson outside now.
Aw.
You may step down. Thank you.
I mean, come on now. And I love how she doesn't have to like, doesn't have to like
Thank you.
overdo.
Our call calls Gene
Comes right
Haas.
in with it.
She did a really good job, but they kind of rehabilitated him, and then she just smacked him down one more time.
Well, that's what I mean. It was like, oh, you didn't remember when I was asking you about it, but now you remember it now. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Guy.
Right this way, sir.
Stand here and face the floor and raise your hand, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence which you shall give to the court and jury in the case now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or do you so affirm?
I'm glad we're getting like the police officers out of the way. We can hopefully
But
get
I'm
to
just afraid they're going to be 2 weeks of experts. Oh, he's a happy guy.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for us?
Gene Oz, first name's Gene, last name's OS.
I can spell
And
that.
where do you currently live, sir?
I currently live in North Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Can I infer from that you may be retired?
I did retire last year, fortunately.
Was that fortunate or unfortunate?
Fortunately.
Fortunately, okay, just to be clear.
Yeah.
And could you please tell the jury what field or line of work you retired from?
Paramedic firefighter. I was a lieutenant in Granby Fire Department up until August of last year, August of 2021. I retired then, and I've been doing that for a number of years.
So, sir, why don't we start off from the beginning, and if you could please explain to the jury what sort of education or training you achieved, which led you into that field?
Okay, in '93, I decided to go into the field, and I went to Springfield College, started my education there as a basic EMT. I did Springfield College in '93. I worked full-time at the same time as a dispatcher at Commonwealth Ambulance. Then I went on to the intermediate program. I worked as an EMT and a dispatcher for Commonwealth and Charter Ambulance. Not long after, American Medical Response came into the area and bought everybody that was standing. So I changed over to AMR. I went to paramedic school in '95 to '96. Took the year-long didactic classroom portion then, and then went on to my field internship after that. I received my national and state certification in '97, beginning of '97 as a
Well, that's why they have to be careful about, because
Was there
like
anything in particular in your own life experience
he
which
looks
led
like
you
such a
to,
nice guy,
gravitate toward this
and you
field?
don't want to like.
I don't want
He's
to hit him too hard if he comes off as a nice grandpa.
Right now, let's see what he says, but right now he just looks like a happy little retired grandpa, and I was like, can't be mean to him, not yet.
No, but if he starts to get into, well, when we discovered the body, it was in full rigor, and the wet was paint was wet, and then she has to hit him because
Oh yeah, she has to.
he will
but,
have been testifying in the other 3 trials as well, so she can impeach him with his prior testimony as well.
Mhm.
And they are not coached by the defense, but they are all gonna say almost the exact same words.
Oh yeah, I know.
I just wanted to help people and do what I could to help people. I was a manufacturer's rep before that, and I just wanted to do something a little bit different.
And I believe you've used terms like EMT intermediate, and paramedic, correct?
Correct.
Are those 3 different levels or ranks, so to speak, within your
Yes.
field?
Yes, it's additional training for each level. Basic EMT gives you basic life support skills. As you go into intermediate, you enter in with IV therapy, what we call intubation, where you can put a breathing tube down somebody's airway into their trachea and protect their airway and breathe for them, and a few other skills to assist a paramedic. And then as a paramedic, you have everything. You have the monitors, you have the 12-lead interpretation, you have everything you learned before, and you get all the drugs and narcotics that go with it to treat whatever comes up that you might run into.
Mhm.
Now, within the fields of being a paramedic, and also you said you also worked in the fire department,
Correct.
are there any sort of physical prerequisites or testing or strength requirements in those fields?
You start out with you have to have a, how do I put it, a PAT, a physical aptitude test prior to getting hired. Everybody has to pass that to have a minimum physical standard. Then most people go to the State Fire Academy. Right now we have 3 across the state. But you go to one of those and do a 10, 12, 14-week program, whatever it is at the time you think you win. It changes a lot. And you learn all your firefighting skills, because firefighting requires a lot of strength and durability. And most people are in fairly good shape when they first get through the academy to
Yes, Your Honor.
get through.
Sorry.
This is based on his own personal knowledge, or?
Most people. So I'm just going to strike the.
I think he might be the first paramedic I've seen.
Perhaps just ask another question.
Oh,
When it comes to firefighting, sir, I believe you mentioned a moment ago that requires some degree of strength.
Yes, it
And
does.
why is that?
We carry a lot of equipment. We have to carry an SCBA on our back, which is 45 pounds. In order to go into certain situations with that, we have to be able to throw ladders, extricate people, everything that involves being a firefighter.
Within the field of EMTs and paramedics, are there also tasks or duties that require some degree of strength?
Almost everything we do, because we deal with a lot of extrication.
That's nice to read in terms of what this is.
Overruled.
Continue, sir.
In the field of EMS, emergency medical services, everybody deals with extrication, picking people up off the floor, the elderly on the floor, getting people on our stretcher, getting people out of motor vehicle accidents. It's just the nature of the beast. We have to do those things. It's the only way to get them into our vehicle, to get them to the hospital that we're taking them to.
So within the field of emergency medical services, I believe you mentioned that you worked for AMR at some point, correct?
Correct.
And what roles, if any, did you fulfill at AMR?
I was a field medic up until, quite frankly, the towers coming down in 2001. When the towers came down, not long after, I was promoted to operations supervisor. So I was a field operations supervisor. It was a very large operation. We covered Springfield and Holyoke, East Longmeadow, Hamden. We had roughly 40 to 45 trucks on the road every day, ambulances, not trucks. It was a very, very large operation and continues to be.
Now, when you became a paramedic, I believe you mentioned that there was a year-long class, correct?
Correct.
Were there also any internships required in that?
500-hour plus internship in Bay State Medical Center and Mercy Medical Center. That was for me, the local Springfield College. And then once we did the 500 plus hours internship in the hospital, we had to do another 250 or 300 in the field working on the ambulance as a field internship. And we got signed off on all our skills that so many skills were required to do in the field. And it's whatever the state and the national laid out, we have to do.
Any sort of exams or certifications required along the way?
Well, we had to have, obviously, our basic life support certification, CPR, AED use, advanced cardiac life support, pediatric advanced life support. And then we had the final exam for the state and the national, which got you your certification so you could start.
Now, during your career, did you also have the opportunity to engage in any sort of teaching or training?
I did, and I still do teach all of the above. I still teach basic life support, advanced cardiac life support,
Me
pediatric
too.
life support.
I think she's doing a really good job
faculty
at
Bay State
poking
Medical
holes,
Center.
making
So I
reasonable
routinely
doubt.
teach all that. I continue to do that now. That's mostly what I do in the field, is teaching.
Now, within your field, to become a paramedic and the education that you received along the way, what specific topics did you receive education in? And specifically, if I could turn your attention to human anatomy, was that covered?
Anatomy and physiology was covered. I actually took a anatomy and physiology course at Stick prior to becoming my basic EMT, just because it all went along. So yes, we had to know anatomy, physiology, how the body works, what happens to certain processes. Yes.
Did part of your education include signs of death?
Yes.
And why would signs of death be relevant or important within your field?
Because we deal with dead bodies and dead people all the time. It's just nature of life.
Mm-hmm.
So when we go out in the field as a paramedic, as you can imagine, we deal with whatever's in front of us. We get a call, we go to it, whether they're alive in certain conditions. We have state and regional protocols that we have to follow for everything we do. So somebody's coughing, okay, what do you do for coughing? You follow the protocol down. If somebody appears to be lifeless, what are you going to do? We follow a certain protocol to a certain area. Then we, depending on what we find, we keep going down the protocol.
Now, among these signs or indicators of death, am I correct that you're familiar with one of them being the cooling of the body?
Yes.
Or I believe it's referred to as rigor mortis. Have you heard that term?
Yes.
What about liver or livor mortis?
Yes.
And what do you understand that to be?
The-
This is the guy that could be a problem to them because he knows stuff. He's trained in the stuff. He can talk about what he observed with the body and how he interpreted it, because he do have some formal training. He's not sworn in as an expert, but he do have some training in it. And she's probably objecting to him not being sworn in as an expert so they could do a voir dire on him.
Yeah.
And voir dire, for those of you who are new to cases, that's where you talk about what the expert knows to see if he's qualified as an expert. And normally it's just it's an easy talk because they have the experience, they have the education, but he's not qualified as an expert, so he can only talk about what his experiences at the scene was. He can't say that with any degree of certainty, medically or scientifically, because then he would have to be sworn in as an expert, in my belief. But again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm a monkey pushing buttons. If you want a lawyer, I can only recommend that you ask MLS, and by joining his channel, you get access to his Discord, and there you can ask all the questions he might not answer. But it's still a nice Discord to be part of. I go there regularly. Jungmin loves when I stop by. She's really happy because I'm there all the time. Jungmin doesn't. No. But it's going to be interesting because this guy has some knowledge. But again, 3 prior trials where she can impeach him with his prior testimony.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't go too well for the first 2 officers.
Yeah, I'm curious, like what.
Because I didn't have a picture of David. All the pictures I have of David is him being drunk. So he's looking admiringly at MLS. Cindy, I'm not really good at this. I've been there twice
So
today.
returning to the topic of signs of death, did you testify earlier that that is something that you were instructed in as you progressed from EMT to EMT paramedic to become, EMT intermediate and then to paramedic?
Yes.
Do you also have first?
That would be my
experience
guess,
or observation
but
of
they
those
really
signs of
want to
death?
talk about the rigor because they
Have
can't
you
talk about the
attended
pain.
classes on those signs of death?
I have.
Have you written materials, articles, journals, whatnot on those topics?
Yes.
Have
This
you
is the
attended
voir dire
conferences at which those topics
to
were
prove
taught?
he knows his
Yes.
stuff.
And at some of those conferences, were there some guest speakers in the field,
Yes.
such as?
Medical examiners.
And
Yes, Your Honor.
can you estimate for us approximately how many times you have observed what you understand these signs of death to be in calls you've responded to?
Hundreds.
So given that, sir, we already discussed how the cooling of the body could be a sign of death, am I right?
Correct.
And I asked you a question about liver mortis or livor mortis, LIVOR mortis.
Yes.
And what is your understanding of what that is?
It's the pooling of the blood in the lower area of the body, depending on what position they're in. So if they're prone on their face down, the blood will eventually pool to the bottom of where they're located.
And how will that appear from the outside?
Bluish, reddish, purplish, just the pooling of the blood. It's also called dependent lividity, is another term for it.
Now, a third sign of death that I haven't asked you about yet, rigor mortis. Are you
Correct.
familiar with that?
Yes.
And based upon your training, your education, your experience that you just detailed, what is your understanding of rigor mortis?
That is the stiffening of the muscles. Starts with the smaller muscles up in the mouth, the ears, things like that, the eyelids, and it progresses down to the bigger muscles.
And have you observed rigor mortis in patients at scenes you responded to over the years?
Many, many times.
And can you please give us describe to the jury the range?
Yeah, this is a really great way to have him explain what rigor is and how slow and how fast it goes. But she can also impeach him by saying, well, there are experts who claims that it only takes 2 hours for full rigor, not 4 hours as the state wants to imply. And that messes up their timeline. And she probably, because she's a badass, she has a really great medical examiner, I would bet.
Ranges or the various states of rigor mortis that you've personally observed?
Virtually every state. I said as supervisor, one of my jobs was to go to any unattended death, and I had to go to the worst of the worst calls is what I did as supervisor. I was in a fly car, so I had to go there. I had to oversee those calls and make sure they were done correctly per state protocol and follow what we're supposed to do. So I've seen it many, many times. The beginning stages just for instance, in a nursing home, somebody was there taking care of them, came back 20 minutes later, they found the patient not breathing, without a pulse. So you can see the very, very beginning signs. Some, you go to bed at night, nobody's seen Grandma Nussbaum for I don't know how long, and they go to wake her up in the morning. It's been 8 hours since they last saw her, and she's passed away. So you can see full rigor then, and yes, many ways.
So how might these
You did just
affect
mention
or be
8
relevant
hours,
to when you
full
first arrive
rigor.
at a scene and you're encountering a patient and you're trying to decide what you're going to do next?
Okay, once again, I'm just going to go right back to my protocol. Airway breathing circulation, or circulation airway breathing is the way we do it with CPR now. Do they have a pulse? Are they breathing? Are they moving? Are there any signs of death that would preclude us from doing anything, or what we call working a patient, where we would determine what our next steps are? If we feel that they're so-called workable and we're going to work the patient, we start CPR right away. That's what we want the public to do, is start CPR, circulate the blood, and give that person a chance, and then we work the patient per our protocol. Whatever it says to do next, we do next.
How do you assess a patient as to whether or not life-saving measures may be viable?
Okay, first off, right back to airway breathing circulation or breathing airway circulation. Do they have a pulse? All right, if they do not have a pulse, are they breathing?
If I can stop you there, let me break that down a little bit. When you're trying to determine whether a patient has a pulse, how do you do that?
I will usually grab the wrist, check for a pulse in the wrist and the extremities. If there's no pulse in the extremities, I will sometimes check the carotid artery.
Which is where?
Up on the side of the neck here in the little valley on the side, just closer to the heart. So if you don't feel it definitely in the distal extremities, you would mostly feel it in the core. Do that. Physically see if they're breathing. Is their chest rising or not? Is there any air coming out? We call it look, listen, and feel. So we look at the person, we have our ear to their mouth, listen, and look, listen, see if we feel anything or hear anything, and then we're watching to see if there's any chest rise or any movement at all.
What about with respect to breathing and the head positioning and the jaw in particular, the chin?
Okay, one of the things we do as paramedics is intubate people. So, we would tend to see in the smaller muscles in the mouth and things, if we need to put a breathing tube down there, we need to be able to open up the mouth. That would be something that when we go to do something like that and to ventilate them, we start with basic life support, always, BLS before ALS, we say basic before advanced. Just put basic airways in and try to ventilate them. If that works, that works. And then we might have to go to advanced airways later.
If I was the defense, I would talk about the officers not beginning CPR, because they determined right away she's dead. There's nothing to do. But they're not trained as he is, so they should be beginning the CPR. And they said yesterday, no, she was dead, so we didn't do that.
Right.
So can you estimate, based upon your own experience, in what percentage of cases that you arrive at, is there some hands-on physical touching component to your assessment of a patient?
99.9%.
And why not 100?
If there's factors that are not concurrent with life, somebody's head is missing, they were hit by a train, they're in multiple pieces, transection, like just obvious, there's no way, no how type. That would be that 1%.
When you arrive on a scene,
It's 1%.
and you're assessing a patient, does time matter? The
Always.
Passage of time.
Always matters. Back to basic life support. You have to have blood circulating. You cannot be 4 to 6 minutes. If you're not circulating blood, you're going to remain dead. That's why it's so important that bystander CPR is so that you just start.
And the
pushing
police
hard
didn't do
across the side
that.
of the chest. You're moving the oxygenated blood around, which delivers blood that's already on there, whether you ventilate or not in the beginning. But it's important to get the blood circulating. So we need to do that in 4 to 6 minutes to preserve the heart and the brain. It needs oxygen.
Now, sir, during your own career, your own life, your own experience within the field, can you give the jury, please, some sense of how many calls for service you would respond to in a given year?
When I was working full-time, 1,500 to 2,000 a year, roughly.
And you maintained that pace for approximately how many years of your career?
93 until August of 2021.
And when you were the operations supervisor for AMR, did that also involve overseeing others in the field and ambulances being on the road?
That was my job. Yes.
At any one given time, how many ambulances may be out deployed responding to calls?
Then and right now, during the daytime, over 30 ambulances on the road in the city of Springfield. We had 3 or 4 in Holyoke, 1 in East Long Meadow and Hamden. It still goes on that way. It's a very busy service.
I believe you mentioned this, but just to clarify, significant portion of your experience in this field was within the town of Granby, am I right?
Correct.
And what specifically in Granby, what roles did you fill?
I was a on-call paramedic in the beginning. I believe that was around 2003. I started there. I was an on-call paramedic. Later, that's where I went to full-time after I left South Hadley. I went to Granby full-time in 2018 until I retired.
And you served as the EMS director within the Granby Fire Department, correct?
Correct.
And what type of duties and responsibilities did that carry with it?
All the normal lieutenant, firefighter, everything duties, but I oversaw the billing, the QA, QI, which is the quality assurance, quality. It's just basically going over the run reports, making sure the run report was done correctly, the billing was done correctly, and I handled everything that went with that.
Now, in terms of when you're responding to a scene as a paramedic, have you had occasions during your career to respond to situations that turned out to be a crime scene,
Yes, I
or
have.
that appeared to be a crime scene?
Yes.
How does that affect, if at all, how you go about doing what you need to do?
Just that I'm very careful on scene. I don't want to destroy evidence or disturb evidence. And I try to be a little bit more observant in my later years as, I learned what can happen at crime scenes and what happens when you end up sitting in this chair in the courtroom, quite frankly.
Yeah, sorry, don't need to ask permission. Mr. Haas, I'd like to show you this 3-page document, which I believe you'll recognize.
Okay.
And what do you recognize that as?
My summary or qualifications?
Your resume, seat, curriculum vitae.
Yes.
Your Honor, could I please have this marked for identification only at this point?
Yes.
That will be G for ID.
Your Honor, I'm about to transition into a different topic.
Thank you. So I think this would be a good time to take our morning break. So members of the jury, it's almost 11. We're going to take about a 20-minute break, so we'll see you back.
Well,
All right.
what did we learn this morning? We learned police officers has a really, really good memory, but they don't remember anything. Because when the prosecution asks, they know exactly the answer to every single question asked. And when the defense ask, they know absolutely nothing. They can't remember anything, and even reading their own testimony, they are not sure that they ever said, did, or looked at anything. And now we're going to have the grandpa paramedic tell us that she was in full rigor and stuff like that. But I'm really looking forward to how bad he's going to hit the rigor mortis, because that's the timeline. That's the way to prove she did it and then left the house to go run errands to cover up her tracks. But I think the defense will probably hit her. Are you on Discord?
Me? No.
Yeah. It's just as the sound. And
Oh,
it's
my
just,
iPad's vibrating because Discord is vibrating.
yeah, he's a genius. But I think the defense yesterday, she came out swinging, but not as hard at the first officer, and then she made him kind of agree that there was an invisible man at the crime scene, because he didn't understand. He didn't know how other boots marks were left, because in the beginning, all the boot marks on the floor was his boot marks, and then all of a sudden he didn't know where the other ones came from. So it must have been the invisible man. And today, yeah, I don't know, Farrell. Well, so she's
I'm
talking
silent.
smack about me.
No, it's silence. That's why I was wondering how you could hear it.
It's just sometimes it could be a message or something from someone to
I
someone.
was wondering if
I don't know.
yours was going off too.
Mine is muted because I went in there because John said I should. But
I forget you mute it.
but he this guy can help them put a timeline together, because he has the medical experience. He has the knowledge about the signs on the body. Reading the signs of my body.
Mhm.
That's Shakira. You're too young to remember her. But still, if they haven't asked about this rigor in the other cases, other trials, it's going to be interesting to see what he has said about it in earlier trials. So
yeah, like get to it. Let's go.
yeah,
Are they just taking a break, or are they taking lunch?
20.
Okay.
They won't break for lunch for
4 more hours.
no, not 4 more hours. They break at 1, so 2 more hours.
Yeah, just about.
But again, it's going to be interesting to see, because so far the prosecution, they're really desperate to get any kind of timeline into this case, because what we know is that Cara left the house at around 2, if I remember right, and she found her wife dead at around 7 in the evening, and that's a window of 6 hours. That can't be right. Maybe 3. I'm not sure. Was it 2:45? Well, the prosecution really wants it to be. Yeah. Maybe it's. I should probably listen to myself. I did write it down. Boom, boom, boom. I did write the timeline down, but they
I
really want to
remember
establish.
3 o'clock is the last time she claimed she saw her, about 3 o'clock.
Okay, yeah, and then she found her again at 7.
Yeah.
And they really want to show that the rigor is a sign that she was at least dead at 3 o'clock, because 4 hours is what they mentioned about the rigor.
Mhm.
And she went around in town for 4 hours with the kid, trying to make the kid sleep, and then they went home to give her dinner before she had to leave for her work. She was working the night shift. But what they have is she stopped using her phone, and we know from other cases, if you don't use your phone, you're dead or killing someone. And that's kind of all they have as a timeline. And you can have medical experts saying, well, the rigor can be as short as 2 hours. So they really need the rigor to be at least 5 or 6 hours. So she was murdered when they left the house. But then you come to the thing. The daughter was home. They had a dog at the home. You could ask questions. Why didn't anything happen? And when did she make the marks on the door to stage a robbery or break-in? It's yeah.
Yeah, because now I'm forgetting about that because they brought that up, that she was hacking at the door with like
Yeah, crowbar thing or something.
something to in pieces of. Okay, when did she do all this then?
Yeah, with the daughter in the house. So again, of course you can go out back and jimmy the door with a crowbar. And she didn't break the lock with the crowbar, which I would have done if I was going to stage a break-in. But Anne Marie could have come to the door hearing someone touching the crowbar because her phone was under the pillows in the bed. And I do the same thing when if I take a nap, I drop my phone in the bed next to me. And if someone knocks on the door or stuff like that, I leave it, go to the door. And the door that was jammed, tried to be open, is right across from where the flight of stairs is. So let's say I'm doing a scenario here. It's probably not true, but Mark comes to yell at her because she keeps running up the credit card debt, and he's angry because she has another girlfriend. So when he starts making noise, trying to open the door, she comes to the front door because she's sleeping, opens the door saying, "What the F are you doing?" "Well, you B-word, you are betraying me with another woman, and you should kiss me on something else than the corner of the mouth. And I stood in line and waited for an iPad for you. You owe me a big smooch." And then he accidentally pushes us down the stairs and think, oh my God, go down there and chokes her. Then later, the other woman comes home, and they were planning on painting the ceiling, so she didn't close the paint bucket enough. And when she comes down there, she totally panics, hits the paint, grab her wife, and oh my God, try to do something with her, and that's how it happens. That's as good an explanation as they get into an argument. She pushes her down the stairs and strangles her later. Then goes to the neighbor's house, say, "Please call 911." Go back, pour paint over it, rolls around in the paint, and takes her dead wife in her lap. There's reasonable doubt, in my opinion.
Well, this is Luna just said it, and it made me think of this too. Because, like, okay, her shirt's off in this. Like, she's at a sports bra and some jeans. Like, I don't know why she'd be sleeping in jeans, but to me, it looks like she was sleeping and woken up.
Yeah, and she came home from work. They were arguing, and she said, "You simply have to let me sleep. I have done this." And she just goes in, pulls off her t-shirt, and drops dead on the bed. And then she hears a noise from the.
Maybe she put the pants on when she heard somebody knocking or something and walked out there. But regardless, she didn't have a shirt on. So I don't know. It seems like she was sleeping.
Yeah, and you hear something at the front door. You're thinking, "Oh my God, what's that? I have to get out there." And it's the robbers trying to rob you. And
Mhm.
and you're a beautiful woman who's very secure in your own body. So you think, well, I have a sports bra. I'm just going to put some pants on, and then I'm going to run to the front door.
Yeah.
Yeah, and boom, her. I googled exactly the same things yesterday, and you have to take into account what environment are they in, because some people, when they're smart, if they this is not advice for anyone, but if you unalive a person and maybe have a sauna that's hot, you can let them stew in there for a couple of hours, because then you keep the body temperature, because when they test it, and or you could keep circulating the blood. You can do a lot of stuff. It's it's kind of like tool marks on a bullet. It sounds really scientific, but you can poke massive holes in it with the right expert. And this defense lawyer will find the right expert.
Oh yeah. I guarantee she has all her ducks in a row right now.
Well, she isn't a cat lady; she's a duck lady.
The duck lady.
But still, it's we are only looking for reasonable doubt. And I can spin a yarn about how this could have happened. Because you have an angry boyfriend, you have a mistress. There's I don't know, and how big are the persons compared to each other? How big is the other lesbian?
Well, I mean, she didn't. They had a when when the jury was coming in, they showed her.
Yeah,
She
but
just
no, the other lesbian, the girlfriend lesbian, not the wife lesbian.
oh well, I was
Because
also thinking that I mean, not like it matters, but she looks a lot stronger than the defendant, the victim. But you know,
yeah, the victim, she couldn't move her. That's what the police said. They had to move her for her. And the pictures we have seen, she's I won't call her normal size. She looks to be a smaller woman, and the victim was she was
she was a
she
little
was
stocky.
packing she was packing on some pounds. Yeah, and again, the environment has everything to do with rigor and with decomposition and all of this. So it sounds really, really scientific when you talk about the the blood pooling on the lower of the bodies, and the small muscles in the mouth are the first one who seizes up and stuff like that. But a medical expert can shoot holes in that with an elephant gun, because it's not a sure thing. You can't say, "Oh, I just do this to the finger. It's so and so rigid. That's exactly 2.5 hours and 22 seconds." It's you can't do that. You can turn down the air conditioner. You can turn up the air conditioner. You can do all the stuff, and they have to. And again, we all watch cases. The threshold is beyond a reasonable doubt. And the first two witnesses, and as David always say, when the state is closing, you have to think that they have reached the goal of beyond reasonable doubt, and then it's the defense who has to claw it back to reasonable doubt.
Mhm.
Now we are three witnesses in. I can see the story the prosecution is telling, but to me, it's not a strong story, and the defense has some really good counters to whatever they try to put in. especially the part about prior statements.
Mm-hmm.
And that's smart to say, why didn't you say this in the first 3 trials? And moving the body, and the body moved as a unit. Somewhere someone put that in a report, and now everyone is going to say the same.
Yeah.
Shenigram. More UFOs. Well, there's always more ways to spend money in the government, and the government is always right. As I have said multiple times, my dear government is always the bestest.
Oh my God.
But again, there can be a lot of experts, but I would call Mark to the stand. I would call Cul-de-sac to the stand. I would I will have Carla on the stand if I was the defense, saying all about the menage a trois, cat, whatever it is in the end. Are you
Would
so
you
sweet?
think that the state would want to get ahead of all that stuff too, or
Yeah, because you know they're going to
all
call
that?
them.
Yeah.
You know they're going to call them. Then you have to put them up there, and that's kind of like with the Murdoch trial, where they brought all these very unreliable witnesses, and they did everything they could to make them look good, and his defense did all they could to make them look bad, but he was just such an unlikable person, so
Yeah.
they seem more credible. But again, if those 3 persons are going to be called, I would call them as the prosecution and totally take the wind out of the sails for the defense. They probably will do that, and Mark will say the $7 pants is because I had an accident. I used my the legs of my pants because I had an accident going to a family vacation. Yeah, we need to see this sugar daddy. And why are you buying $7 pants and withdraw $250 for a dog? That's something is wrong. But
So he bought the pants on the same day
yeah,
that.
later that day at 8, I believe.
Okay. I
And
mean, I see what they're doing there.
yeah,
It is
and
weird.
again, the threshold is reasonable doubt. And if Mark haven't got a real good explanation for why he was going around buying pants at that hour, and as I understood it, his girls, his daughter was coming home to eat that night, which wasn't normal. So why did he all of a sudden need a pair of pants? Of course, he could have been at Taco Bell pre-eating.
That's true. Or he could just have been somewhere and needed a pair of pants. I don't know. I mean, it could be very innocent.
Yeah,
But
but you need to hear about it.
I know. Well, they did say that he lied, though. He had said he went to physical therapy or something like that when he didn't. So that is a little odd, because it's like, if you have nothing to hide and somebody asks you where you were, like, I mean, unless you just like said it and you were there, but you weren't, like, it wasn't
Yeah,
that day.
you had an appointment for physical therapy at 3:30. The wife was nagging you, and you were thinking, well, the daughter's coming home at 8 to eat, so I'm just gonna swing by Walmart and go through the store, and I better pick up something so I can explain why it took me so long to go to physical therapy. There can be an explanation for everything, but you
Here.
have to make it understand and make it believable. Understand?
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's what it is. And then the other lady saying she went to the gym and then went for a run after the gym. No,
She
they
didn't
said
went.
to the gym, and then she went for a run after the gym, which that's why I meant to bring that up because I found that odd, because I'm like, usually if you go to the gym, you're good. You're not going to go for another run after the gym somewhere else, but I could be totally wrong. about
Yeah, and
that.
she was saying I was running across town. So there's a lot of reasonable doubt in this case so far. Yeah, and
Sorry, Norbert. I was paying attention.
this is the part that really makes it weird. Why are you
Yeah.
lying about where you're running, and why are you tanning while you're running?
Well, I
Why
mean,
don't
like,
you tan at the gym?
yeah, like, explain all this for me.
Yeah, we need them to understand. I know it's 13 years ago, but she doesn't look like someone who can move a big body around. And she could have slimmed down a lot in the 13 years, but still, the other woman looked bigger.
I mean, to me, she just looks sweet.
Yeah, she looks frail. But again, 13 years is 13 years, and if she was an EMT, she had to have some physical standards.
And going through this for 13 years could really, could really stress you out.
Yeah, but I stress it. I don't stress diet.
Couldn't imagine being worried if I'm going to be in jail the rest of my life.
So I'd like to now call your attention to the evening of March 29th, 2010.
No, because then you would be more
You
flappy.
were working or on call or not working that evening?
I was on call for Granby Fire Department then.
And what does being on call consist of?
Being
At the
on call.
time, the paramedic and the basic EMTs were at home. If we get toned out by the dispatch, we receive a tone saying respond to a certain location for something. I was at home. Normally, I would respond in my personal vehicle directly to the scene. The basic EMTs would go to the station, get the ambulance, and also go to the scene and meet me there.
Where were you living at the time?
In South Hadley.
And around 7:16, give or take that evening, did you receive one of those calls?
I did.
And do you recall what the nature of the call was or what information you learned?
I remember I had to go to Barton Street. I believe the number was 18 Barton Street, and respond for what I don't remember what they said.
Do you recall any information status about whether anyone was alive or dead on scene?
During my transport, I received a call on the radio that said, "Can somebody from A1, ambulance 1?"
Not for truth, Your Honor.
So this is simply being introduced to show this witness's state of mind at the time he received this transmittal. Go ahead.
What were you told, sir?
I was told, "Can somebody from A1, ambulance 1, call dispatch for a message?" So I called dispatch, and they said, "You're going there for a DOS. They need you to confirm."
What did you understand DOS to mean?
Dead on scene.
So that was your knowledge or mindset heading to 18 Barton Street?
Correct.
Now, at some point, either on your way there or when you arrived there, did you recognize the house?
I recognized the house when I got on scene.
And how did you recognize it? How was this familiar to you?
I personally knew Ann and Cara previously because we worked together at AMR. I've known them since they
Yeah, she
started
did have
in the
a
industry,
bit of a-
so I had been to the
A
house
mummy
before.
pouch.
And when you say Cara, do you mean Cara Rintala?
Correct.
Did you see her here in court today?
I do.
Whereabouts?
Sitting over there in the light blue shirt.
So describe to the jury how well you knew her, how many interactions you had with her throughout the years.
Well, we all worked together at AMR, so many interactions. I knew Cara left AMR and went to local fire department. She worked as a firefighter paramedic there for many years and stayed at AMR. She actually not long after I was made full-time supervisor, she became a part-time supervisor later on in the years. As she rose through the ranks, became a medic on the field and did the same type of thing. So I interacted with them a lot.
How would you characterize her skill set
Fantastic. Both of them.
and her physical health and strength?
Yes.
His own personal knowledge.
Sure. Overruled.
And sir, how would you describe, or what did you observe about her physical health and strength as her time as a firefighter paramedic?
They were both physically able to do the job.
Did you know them or have any interactions with either the defendant or Anne Marie outside of work?
I did. I mean, I've been to the house a few times. We played in a few golf tournaments together. You know, always
Lesbians golfing.
the company
I'm
parties
sorry,
and
but that's
things like
just a
that.
meme.
We were all together. And, you know, we knew each other quite a while. I would say 12 to 15 years or so at the time.
Can you estimate approximately how long it took you to get from your house in South Hadley to 18 Barton Street?
4 or 5 minutes or so.
And that would put your arrival on scene somewhere in what ballpark?
What I don't recall which time I was dispatched.
If dispatch were 7:16 or thereabouts.
22, 23, 7, 22, 23, something like that.
When you arrived on scene, can you please describe to the jury what you saw outside, if anyone, who you saw outside?
2 police cruisers and at the time I believe it was Sergeant Mark Smith. He was outside and basically said, you know, Ann,
Sustained.
Did you have some brief conversation with Sergeant Smith?
I did.
So after speaking with Sergeant Smith, what did you do next?
He told me to go downstairs
Okay.
to the basement.
So that was your mindset going through the door.
Right.
And which door did you use to access the house?
If you're looking at the house, the right breezeway door,
I'm not
carport
sure.
door, whatever you want to call it.
Sir, showing you on the screen to your left, exhibit number 2, do you recognize this to be 18 Barton Street?
I do.
And do you see a breezeway between the garage and the house?
Yes, where the 2 posts are is the door I entered.
And showing you now exhibit number 3, would this be that door next to the 2 posts on the breezeway?
Yes,
That's the door you entered the house through?
correct.
Thank you. When you went through that door, did you see or hear anything coming from the kitchen area?
I heard Cara crying and wailing somewhere in the kitchen area.
And are you familiar with Officer Gary Polar from the Granby Police Department?
I am,
He was an officer at the time, correct?
correct.
Okay. Did you hear another person's voice, or did you recognize another person's voice telling you anything at that point?
Officer Polar basically just said downstairs.
So did you see them or just hear them in the kitchen area?
I only heard them. I didn't see them.
Were those the only 2 voices you heard?
Yes,
And based upon what Sergeant Smith told you, and based upon what Officer Polar told you, did you go downstairs?
yes, I did.
And showing you exhibit number 4. Do you recognize this as being the view once you pass over the threshold of that side door?
Correct,
And this would have been the approximate view you would have had of the basement at that time?
correct.
And if I can now show you on the presenter what's been marked as exhibit number 5. These would be the basement stairs you went down.
Correct.
And when you got down to the bottom of the stairs, describe to the jury, based upon your own memory, what do you remember seeing? What was the scene like in the basement?
I remember Anne being on her back with her hands up like this. Her feet were closer to the stairs and her head was away. I don't quite know what direction away is, but her feet and then her head were on the other side.
Showing you now exhibit number 6. Does this photo fairly and accurately depict the view you would have had of Anne's body when you got toward the bottom of the stairs?
Correct.
And is this the position that it was in?
Yes.
And how did you, let me ask you this, did you know going down into the basement who you were expecting to see there?
No, I didn't.
And when you first saw Anne Marie's body on the ground, did you recognize her right off the bat or no?
I believe I did. Obviously very confusing to me, and
What was confusing to you?
just the paint being, I didn't understand what the paint was.
Sustained. So I'm gonna strike just the last portion about the reference to the paint and how that confused the witness.
Did you make some observations about paint, sir?
I did.
Okay. And just from your own memory, even just, let's say, I'm not asking you to even look at this picture right now, but just from your own memory, what do you remember seeing about the paint or noticing about the paint?
It was all over the place, wet, shiny.
Did it have a liquidy appearance?
It did.
Any sort of film or skim or coagulation on the surface of it?
Not that I recall.
So had you encountered, in the hundreds or thousands of calls you've responded to before, have you seen a scene quite like this?
Not with the paint.
Objection, Your Honor. Right.
Overruled.
So you get to the bottom of the stairs, you visually assess the scene, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Just-
Yeah.
And what do you do next?
I carefully walked around, trying not to step in anything. And I walked around so that I could get behind her and get to her right wrist.
You see that pointer there leaning up against the corner of the jury box, sir?
I do.
Could you please use that pointer and trace for us the path that you took around Ann's body?
Okay, so this is definitely the bottom of the stairs, correct?
Well, I can't.
Well, I know it to be the bottom of the stairs. I can see the rail and I came down and her feet were at the bottom. Because from the top, I could see a foot from when I went down. So I came down, walked around this way, walked around the bag and tried not to step in much of anything if I could and just to get to her wrist.
Okay. Do you recall what you were wearing for footwear that night?
I always wear Rocky boots when I work.
Thank you. So what was your purpose in going over to Ann's right wrist area?
Once again, everything we do has to be documented to make sure we're within protocol. So I basically was, checking to see if there was a pulse at all, just so I could note that. I really wanted to know what I felt for a temperature of her skin, which at the time was ice cold, very cold. And her arms seemed to be locked in that position, so I pulled on her wrist at the same time to see if there was any breaking of the wrist or is she up or down, and everything moved together.
When you say everything moved together, tell us a little more what you mean by that.
She was in rigor, and I knew her to be.
Objection, Your
Um, Overruled, but perhaps some additional foundation for that.
So we're talking about her right wrist, sir, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Everything
And
moved
describe
together.
Clearly what you physically.
That's number 3 that said those words.
Felt it, no pulse, ice cold extremities, and just pulled it towards me, and everything moved in unison.
When you say everything moved in unison, what do you mean?
Her muscles were locked in a rigid position, as you can see.
Objection, Your Honor. What do you think? What do you think?
Is anyone a trained EMT that can talk about if you get traumatic brain injuries, can it freeze up your body as well? I was just wondering because sometimes you see people who, when they hit their head, they just go stiff. And she had head wounds, head trauma.
Mm-hmm.
Could that explain the stiffness? But again, I said it, I bet my 1 cent I earned yesterday that everyone will say exactly the same words. Wet paint, moved as one, rigor. Because it's such a big thing for the state to get that one in. And wet, shiny paint, there was no sheen on it, there was no nothing. How do you know? When you look at paint, can you tell what's on the surface of it, especially when you're looking at a dead body of a girl you knew real well, who you used to work with. Do you stop and say, "Oh, I better check the paint," and oh, then I can go make sure she's okay? And this paint has two people sitting in it, with one of them moving. Again, yeah.
Well, and even if the paint like started to get like a skin on it because it was drying, like her moving around in it is gonna mess all that up anyway. So how would anybody be able to see anything? Like I cannot understand it.
No, but you can. To me, it just seems like
I'm striking the last portion of.
that
this
they
witness
really
statement.
needed for the testimony
Last
to set a
answer,
timeline, but
Mhm.
it doesn't make any sense.
Indicated,
No.
where he stated, as you can see, and he referred to the photograph or the exhibit.
I like this judge explaining what he's doing, not just
What
strike.
the photographs depict is entirely up to you as the jury.
Sir, as you pulled on Anne Marie's right wrist, did you notice any movement in her fingers?
None.
Was there any movement or rotation in her wrist?
None.
Was there any movement or rotate or bending of her elbow
None.
and her shoulder?
None.
As you moved her arm, what did her torso do?
Moved with her arm.
When you went over to Anne's right side and reached down for her right arm, did you make any observations about the position of her arm and hands relative to the floor?
They were off the floor.
By approximately how much?
2-3 inches.
Okay. Did you make any observations about her eyes?
They were fixed and dilated.
What does that mean?
No signs of life.
Is that something that, as part of the assessment that you look for?
Yes. Yes.
And just for my own clarification, fixed and dilated mean two different things? Or are they related?
Two different things.
Okay,
They're fixed and they're dilated.
okay, so fixed meaning,
One, that's it. There's no reactivity to anything when you look at them.
Yeah.
And they're dilated. They're round. They're very dilated.
so based upon these visual and physical observations that you made of Anne's body, did you draw any conclusion as to whether she was, in your terms, workable or unworkable?
I determined her to be dead.
And having made that determination, did you see the point in any sort of life-saving maneuvers?
No.
Was she beyond that?
Yes.
How long would you say you were down in the basement?
2-3 minutes or so.
Having made the determination that she was beyond life-saving measures and having completed your assessment, what did you do next?
Carefully got out of there.
What do you mean?
I walked back around the way I came in and tried not to step anything or disturb anything. I tried to take some mental notes of the scene, and I went back upstairs.
When you went back upstairs, where did you go?
I went and sat at the kitchen table with Cara.
And if I could show you, please, exhibit number 11. You recognize this area inside 18 Barton Street?
Yes.
And is that the table that you sat next to with Cara Rintala?
Yes.
When you went into that kitchen area, was she by herself or was Officer Kohler still with her?
Officer Fuller was with her.
When you, did you take his place essentially?
Um,
Or did he remain?
no, he remained there.
So how was the defendant's demeanor at that point? I think you said earlier when you came into the house, you could hear.
He was
hysterical,
crying,
upset.
wailing, very upset.
Okay, so now, after you've come out of the basement and gone into the kitchen, what's your demeanor at that point?
Pretty much the same.
Did you start off with asking her something?
I did, well, I always have to gather previous medical history, and medications, allergies, things like that. It's just a standard thing we have to document on every patient. Standard thing that I know the ME wants, state police. It's just standard information everybody wants. So I try to gather that as soon as I can, while I can, just to document it.
And you're talking about medical information about the patient,
Correct.
who in this case would be Anne Marie.
Correct.
So was part of your conversation with the defendant focused on that?
Correct.
What do you recall asking her, and what information do you recall getting from her?
Previous medical history, just that she had asthma. She used metered dose inhalers, the individual on-demand inhalers for her asthma. Back stomach problems, which, she said were because of her big boobs. She was allergic to a couple medications, which
I don't know why.
noted in my notes. I don't remember exactly what they were.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I believe she might have been allergic to, like I said, in my notes, I wrote all that down. I don't remember exactly what she was allergic to. So
Were you taking notes real time at the table with the
No,
defendant, or
no.
when did you take these notes?
When they took Cara away from me at another time, they said, "You're not going to see her again. You stay outside." And I immediately said, "I need a pad of paper." And I stayed outside and wrote notes right then.
Okay. Now, did part of your conversation with the defendant concern what had happened that day?
It did.
Okay. And was that information that you were seeking to obtain for your own paramedic purposes?
Not for paramedic purposes. It was more of a personal thing to, talk to her, see how she was doing, just basic information of what the hell happened. But, I was more concerned about, you okay? What happened?
And did you ask, or did Cara say, when was the last time she had spoken with Anne?
She had said sometime between 2 and 4, and put that to the baby's nap time. She said the baby takes a nap at 2, and it was before 4 for, I don't really remember the reason she said at the time.
Okay, but that was the bracket?
It was the bracket of 2 to 4.
And did she say to you how it was, through what means she last spoke to Anne between 2 and 4?
On the phone.
Where did she say she had been out that afternoon?
She went out with the baby. I believe she said the Holyoke Mall, a couple stores, maybe grocery shopping as well.
Did she describe for you what happened or what she did when she returned to the house that evening?
She did.
Please tell the jury.
She said she went in, that there was a light on in the basement, and she looked down, called Anne's name, and she looked down and saw that there was a foot at the bottom of the stairs. And she ran next door with the baby and the dog.
So that's come through the door, look down the stairs, and sees a foot, correct?
Correct.
Did she say anything to you about going through the house back to the bedroom looking for Anne?
Not that I recall.
Okay. When she called out Anne, did you testify she called out Anne's name?
Correct.
And did she get any response according to Cara?
I don't believe she said anything as far as that goes.
So then she grabs her daughter and the family dog and does what?
Goes next door to the house next door.
And what does she do when she gets to the neighbor's house?
Tells them to call 911. Don't know. She said anything other than call 911, and she ran back to the house.
And what became of the dog and the child?
As far as I know, they were next door with the neighbors.
What did Cara tell you happened when she got back to her house? Now for the second time.
She went downstairs, tripped on something, fell at the base of the stairs, and saw Anne. She was prone, face down on the ground at the time.
What did she say she did with respect to Anne's body, which she says was face down?
Rolled Anne up onto her and just held her in her arms.
At some point during this conversation you were having with the defendant at the kitchen table, did she express any concerns to you about her daughter or her dog?
Both. The daughter hadn't eaten, and she said she had hot macaroni and cheese somewhere because they had been out, but she hadn't eaten yet. And the dog was insulin dependent, and that there was insulin in the refrigerator.
Did she make or receive any phone calls during your time with her?
She did.
And describe what you saw and heard with respect to that.
I know she called her mother and Ann's mother, and had conversations with them, basically saying that Ann was dead and she didn't know why. And then she received 2 other calls.
Were you observing her? Were you with her, seeing her use her phone?
Yes, I
Okay.
was.
And if I could now show you what has been marked as exhibit number 14, I believe. Yes, 14. Is this the phone that the defendant was using to both make and receive calls at the kitchen table with you that night?
Yes.
And for the record, can you describe what kind of phone that is?
The old fantastic Blackberries with the pink cover.
With the what?
A pink cover.
How long would you say this conversation lasted?
Oh, a good old BlackBerry.
I was there for quite a while. Half an hour, 45 minutes.
Okay. Now, at some point during this conversation with the defendant at the kitchen table, did she request to go somewhere or do something?
Well, she had paint all over her hands and her clothes, so she wanted to wash up.
And when she made that request, what did you do?
I didn't have a problem with it.
Okay. And did she remain at the table or move somewhere else at that point?
We both got up, and I believe Officer Polar was there. I'm not quite sure if he was there or not there at the time. We went around the corner to the bathroom, and I went in first, and then she came in and washed up.
Okay. So describe for us as best you can where you were positioned with respect to where the defendant was positioned and the bathroom sink.
I went in first, so I was like in front of the toilet and in the tub, and then she was just right there at the sink.
Okay, what'd she do?
Soap and water, washed up. The paint came off easily off her hands.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so it came off easily, you said?
Yes.
Okay. Was the washing primarily just her hands or any other parts of the body?
Her hands, and she like cleaned up her face as well.
Sorry, you
Did you
broke
notice
up.
or observe something about her nose?
No, I was just saying like
Yeah, a
that
little
it
trickle of blood come out of one of her nostrils.
matters.
Well, to show it was really fresh.
Face cloth that was there.
Yeah, but
And, she
if
kinda
she
moistened
just
it and
found
just
her,
wiped
it'd be
it off.
fresh on her. You know what I mean?
It came off.
Yeah.
What became of that little hand towel?
She kept it with her.
Why did she keep it with her?
Objection.
Did she make any statements to you about why she was keeping it?
Just in case she had any more.
Objection, Your Honor. Wait a second.
Well, listening to this guy, it's a good testimony for the defense. He seems not to over embellish on anything, and he's saying all the right stuff. It'll be interesting how the defense is going to go back.
Yeah.
It's,
I mean, I get why projecting and stuff, but like when they said it just seemed to come off easily. Like, but yeah, if she touched her in the paint, she did get paint on her, then more than likely it's not dry on her hands yet.
no, and she haven't been down there for
Very long.
yeah, and of course she's been up there talking to the officer, but still, you can wash off paint within the first hour pretty easy.
Yeah,
But,
I mean, even if it is a little dry, I've painted walls before. I know you can, if you scrub it a little bit, it comes right off.
Yeah, and if there's some
Layer.
it's But again, it's just to imply that she just did it.
Yeah.
And maybe she was the one that she said she tripped going down the stairs. She spilled the paint there.
Maybe.
So what?
Yeah.
They are claiming she spilled it to she poured it to cover up the tracks. But how would it cover up anything? She was at the crime scene. She admitted they were having an argument. Everyone knew they were having a lovers' quarrel. So what is she hiding?
Yeah.
according
And
to him?
yeah.
I don't get that part.
Mr. Ross, let me ask you a very specific question. After the defendant wiped her nose with the towel, you said she kept the towel, correct?
Correct.
And did she say something to you about why she was keeping the towel, or were you just inferring or speculating as to why she was keeping it? Do you have a memory as to whether she said something or not?
I'm going to say I can't remember at this time.
Okay.
So that will decide.
Move to strike. What? So, I'm sorry, which part are you asking me to strike?
Can we see it?
Sure, sure.
Well, it's been a good day, TV. For I think the defense has done really well. This guy is a good witness because he doesn't come off as prepared. Let's say it that way, as the two police officers. Yeah, and her DNA would be at the scene because that's why whenever you go to a crime scene, you ask who lives here or who is here regularly.
Yeah.
Oh, this is my daughter and my boyfriend. He comes over for 2 minutes every other night. Okay, we take those people's DNA and then we exclude them for the search. And oh, there was a fourth DNA strain, and let's check that one out. So the whole thing about wiping off the blood and pouring paint uh, and I'm beginning to wonder the stuff that makes blood light up, could it react to paint as well? I don't know, because they talked about the paint the whole cellar was filled with blood. But
Well,
again,
clean. I would think you would want to clean it up if you're going to dispose of a body, not clean it up, but then I'm going to call 911 and have the body here anyway. Like, that makes no
Yeah.
sense. Of
So
course
let
there's
me
going to
show
be
you a
blood.
document.
I don't know.
Ask you if you recognize it.
it's
I do.
And is that a statement you gave to the state police?
Correct.
And turning your attention to page 4, the paragraph in the middle, can you review this paragraph, please? Read it to yourself.
It doesn't have a neck. But again, it's
Okay.
and
So you read that paragraph?
she could
Okay,
be.
so my question for you is.
She was crying. She
having
would
read that
take the
paragraph,
towel to wipe
does
her
that
eyes.
refresh your memory sitting
Blow her
here
nose.
today as to whether or not the defendant said something about her nose potentially bleeding again? Or
It
whether that was a conclusion or an inference that you drew? Or does it not refresh your memory?
It does refresh memory, and it was a statement she said. That
He didn't. Oh, I
you
hate
want
that.
to say it.
No, I think you've already said it, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and again, her nose bleeding again. She fell down the stairs. Some people get nosebleeds really easy if they get excited. My brother-in-law, he can just start bleeding out of the nose. There's no reason for it. It's just
What happened next?
his blood vessels in the nose
She
is
wanted
just
to
too
change
thin.
out of some of her clothes that were also covered in paint. So we left the bathroom, took a right to go into the.
He's the
bedroom.
lawyer.
She went straight ahead and turned the light on.
Which light?
There was a light straight ahead on an end table next to the bed.
Did you follow her into the room?
Yes.
And after she got to the light and turned that on, what happened next?
Officer Polar said, "Everybody stop. Everybody back out of the room. Don't touch anything. Just could be the last place Ann was before she left, and just backed us out of the room.
So was Officer Polar with you when you were in the bathroom with the defendant?
Yes,
Okay, where was he?
in the doorway.
And then what was the order in which people entered the bedroom?
Cara turned the light on, and then it was Gary and I, Officer Polar, side by side, basically.
And Officer Polar decided that folks should back out of the room at that point?
Correct.
Did you notice anything in the room and specifically on the bed while you were in there?
A phone on the bed.
And what, if anything, do you remember about that phone?
There was a message light on the phone, blinking green message
Yeah.
light.
Again, reasonable doubt everywhere.
Where you, your defendant, and Officer Polar.
It's not an
back
indication
out of
that
the bedroom?
they were in a fight and her nose
And
were bleeding.
eventually, did you
But it just
go
sounds
outside
odd.
the residence that night?
Why would she
Yes,
keep it a
Cara
towel?
Thought she was going to be sick, and
Yeah.
at that time, Trooper Majarian was on scene, and we asked if it was okay if we went outside, and they said yes.
Okay.
So we went outside.
Fit.
How much longer did you stay on scene that night, if you remember?
I put the time in my notes, but I believe it was like till 10:30-ish.
And was it during that time frame that you wrote down your notes?
Correct.
Caleb, hold it on, please.
I'm gonna water the roses before the defense get up there.
Thank you, sir. That's all
Okay.
the questions I have for you.
Sorry. Whenever you're looking at everything. So, sir, we agree that your memory was fresher back on March 29, 2010 than it is today.
Yes.
And you are, you testified in direct examination that as soon as you got out of the house, you asked for a pad, pen, and paper, and you took some notes, is that right?
Correct.
And you generated a report from those, or a statement from those notes, is that right?
Correct.
So, sir, when you initially wrote your report, is it fair to say that you said, when you went down to the cellar, you walked around the area of her head, her arms were up in the air. They were bent at the elbows, with her hands facing up. Do you remember saying that?
If it's in the report, yes.
And that her hands were level with her head. Do you remember saying that?
Is it in the report? I don't remember exactly what I said. I only know by the notes, quite frankly.
Can you just read this highlighted portion, which is page
Yep.
2 of the statement, paragraph 1, 2, 3 paragraphs down?
Yep.
Just the highlighted one. Do it.
Correct. Okay.
So, sir, does that refresh your memory as to whether or not you indicated that her arms were up in the air
Like she just didn't
and her
care.
hands were level with her head?
Yes.
Okay. And did you indicate in your report that you reached down and grabbed the female by the wrist?
Yes.
You detected no pulse?
Yes.
You noted that her skin was ice cold?
Yes.
And you tried to move around from the bent position and it was locked solid in rigor mortis. Is that what you said?
Correct.
And sir, when you first walked in, you could hear Cara wailing upstairs, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew that she was upset, right?
Correct.
And you knew Cara, you worked with her for a long time, you knew Anne Marie, you worked with her for a long time, is that right?
Correct.
This had to have been an upsetting scene that you had to respond to because
Oh, he
you
knew
the
that.
victim, right?
Extremely.
Okay. Now, when you got to the table, do you remember describing Cara as crying hysterically?
Yes.
Okay. And when you talked to her that night, you talked to her as a friend, right?
Correct.
Just trying to figure out what happened to Anne Marie, is that right?
Correct.
And she didn't ask you to go outside or whisper anything to you. She had the conversation with you right in front of the officer that was there, is that right?
Yes.
And Cara told you that, when she returned home from shopping, she opened the door and saw the light, the only light on was in the basement, is that right?
Correct.
And that she looked down the stairs, saw her foot, and screamed Ann's name with no response. Do you remember her saying that to you?
Yes.
Okay. And then she said she ran next door with her daughter and gave her daughter to the neighbor. Do you remember that?
Yes.
No indication she gave the dog to the neighbor, right?
Correct.
Your report only says daughter, right?
Correct.
Okay. But today you have a
Dog.
memory of her giving the dog to the neighbor as well?
Maybe slightly confused on that.
Maybe slightly confused, okay. So, do you remember, Cara saying she then ran back downstairs, and that she tripped on something, somewhere near the bottom of the stairs, and she fell onto Ann's legs?
Yes.
And she wasn't sure what it was that she tripped on?
Correct.
Okay. And she told you that Ann was prone, face down on the floor, is that right?
Yes.
And that she rolled Ann up onto her legs, and that's where she was when the police department found her, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then she told you that she needed to call her mother and Ann's mother, right?
Yes.
And you heard her ask permission to do that, right?
Yep.
She can just pick up the phone and start dialing, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you were there to hear those phone calls, right?
Yes, I was.
And she told her mother and she told Ann's parents that Ann was dead, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that she didn't know why.
Correct.
Okay. And then at some point there were incoming calls after she called and spoke to the family members. There were incoming calls coming in on the phone, right?
Correct.
And Cara didn't answer those calls. Police officer did, right?
Yes.
Okay. And she didn't try to stop him from answering those phones, right?
Correct.
He picked up the phone, he figured out who was calling, and Cara didn't do anything to stop him from doing that on her phone, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, do you remember saying in your report that while Cara was sitting there, she realized the dog was not there? Remember saying that?
I do.
Okay. Either Officer Polar or Sergeant Smith called next door and asked if the dog was over there. Remember that?
Yes.
So this wasn't a situation where she grabbed the dog and her daughter and ran across the street. She's talking to you and she realizes the dog isn't there and she's trying to figure out if the dog is safe, right?
Yes.
And then at some point, as you're talking to her as a friend, she's worried about Brianna having dinner, and making sure she's being able to eat. Is that right?
Yes.
And she asked you whether or not somebody could go get the mac and cheese that was in her car, right?
I don't know if she asked me
Okay.
or.
Do you remember any discussion about the mac and cheese?
I know there was something about warm mac and cheese. It was too hot for her to eat at the time, and it was somewhere. I don't know if that's in my notes either, but
It says page 3, paragraph 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Can you read paragraph 6 to yourself?
Sure.
Starting right there?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I feel
Yeah,
like
she
there's
sounds like
different variations fed because Peter Griffin's supposed to be Rhode Island, and Rhode Island and Boston, they can sound I don't know.
okay.
They have a little bit of everything with each like mixed in.
So does that refresh your memory that Cara had some conversation with you about making sure Brianna was able to eat?
Yes.
And she indicated to you that she had gone shopping at the Holy Oak Mall. Is that right?
Yes.
That she went food shopping somewhere and had groceries in the car.
Correct.
Okay. And that she went somewhere else in Ludlow. Was that right?
Yes.
And then she talked to you about the dog being a diabetic.
Correct.
And she was inquiring as to whether or not somebody could get the dog's diabetic medication out of the refrigerator and bring it over so the dog can get whatever diabetic medication there was, right?
The insulin that was in the
Insulin,
refrigerator.
that's what I meant.
It's okay.
Okay. The insulin, she got the insulin out of the refrigerator and, or asked someone to get the insulin out of the refrigerator and make sure the dog got the injection. Is that right?
Yes.
And at some point, did someone go to Cara's car and find the diaper bag and the mac and cheese?
Somebody did.
That mac and
Do you
cheese.
remember who?
Mac and
I don't know
cheese.
That
specifically.
mac and cheese.
Okay,
And the car.
Once again, unless
The
it's.
car.
okay. And then you talked a little bit
People
about
say I have a
information
bit of an
about
accent.
asking Cara, now as a paramedic, what medications Ian may have been on, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Cara told you what she knew, is that right?
Yes,
And she told you she had asthma and she was using albuterol, is that right?
correct.
And she said Ian complained of back and stomach pains, that Ian contributed to her big boobs, not that Cara contributed to her big boobs.
Okay.
So, let me show you your report. This is page 1, 2, 3, 4, paragraph 2.
Again, the big boob thing is to make her seem kind of nasty or something, but
Okay,
it's
Then refresh your
nothing.
memory, sir, as to whether or
it
not
does. That Ian.
Ian contributed.
And ladies, I'm kind of I'm not a boobieist. I like
Boobiest.
yeah, a boobophobe. I like a pair of boobs, but if you have them, isn't it normal? People, I know a few girls who had them operated smaller because it hurt their back.
Yeah.
And if you're in a relationship with a woman, wouldn't it be normal that you said, "Oh, my back is killing me, these big bazongas"? Isn't it? I can't understand why they're so hung up with her saying that. For a man, we can't get them big enough if we are boob men. But ladies with big boobs often say it's a hassle because they give them back pain. But to me, it stands out like, oh, she was some kind of degenerate mentioning her boobs right after she died. But if you're in a relationship, you would probably say, "Ah, my back is killing me today. These big bazumbas is a problem." I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, it's everybody's preference too, because like mine don't bother me, but somebody, I don't know. Yeah. They just keep mentioning it though, and I guess I'm not really, it's not really like
No, and this is too. This is
feel
too
a
women.
certain way or anything, you know what I mean? Like, who cares?
It's two
I guess-
women.
I know.
Both of them have some kind of boobage.
Yeah.
So it would probably be normal to say, "Ah, my back is killing me today because of
Well, yeah.
I'm so front loaded." It's
I'm
just,
so
but it just comes off like she was saying she had big boobs. And
I know
that's
keep
what
doing
I'm
that.
hearing.
That's not the case at all. Like, they're just
No,
annoying.
but when the prosecution says it seems
Yeah.
like to infer that, oh, she was just making fun of the big boobs,
I know.
and it was kind of a weird thing to say just after she died. But he was asking about her medical conditions, and I have had one or two friends who had to have a breast reduction because it was really making a number with the back. We were mad when they did, but for their benefit, because all men would say, "What? Smaller boobs?
I know.
Why?"
I actually know quite a few people that have had reduction surgery, so and
Yeah, it's the boobs and the paint and the mac and cheese.
the mac and cheese.
Yeah, and again, even though we have universal healthcare in Denmark, you have to prove that you need the breast reduction.
Oh yeah, you have to. It's a medical issue.
Yeah. They did ask her about the medical issue, but when the prosecution is saying it's kind of remember when the guy from the Shield was on the stand yesterday was as she mentioned she had big boobs. And then the defense lawyer said, well, didn't she mention she had a bad back because she had big boobs? Oh, yeah, yeah, that's it. But they want to put it in like she was some cold-hearted biatch right after her wife had died. And to me, it just seems, and luckily I have a really big female audience. And
Well,
I would,
Old Ryan Red said it best, because it's like, maybe they've been talking about it.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times you're not just going to, especially if you're with somebody, you're going to talk to them about, this is what I'm thinking of doing.
Yeah.
And it's a big decision. It's not just something you take lightly. It's a huge surgery. So, you're
yeah,
gonna,
and that's the thing. I'm happy to have a large female following, because as a man, we might think, well, that's kind of weird. But as for two ladies, it would probably, of course, if I had a girlfriend or wife and she came to me and said, well, I'm really getting back pain, I talked to the doctor, I can get an operation. Well, just make sure they're nice and firm when he's done. I don't complain. But we would talk about it. Of course you would. But it just make it seem like it's some kind of offhand remark. But they asked about medical conditions, and her medical condition was she had back pains because she had a big chest.
yeah. And that's especially the kind of line of work she did too. Like, it could really affect her, because, if you're lifting things, like I mean, I had a lot of issues when I was working in like a warehouse and lifting things up a lot. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
oh my,
because your center of gravity is way off.
oh yeah,
Because
and my back was
when you
hurting me.
it's yeah. And so the only problem you have with the one-eyed adventure is you have to lure it out with a bit of sugar.
God.
Her back
Yeah.
and her stomach pain to her big boobs. That wasn't something that Cara had contributed,
Yep.
right?
Correct.
Okay. And she also told you she was allergic to Demerol and amoxicillin. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And the conversation you had with her was about 30 minutes, is that right?
Somewhere around there. I don't know exactly.
Okay. And you talked a little bit with the prosecutor about Cara's
God.
request to
Farrell's
go and
killing.
wash off, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember talking about when Cara washed her face, I think you described it as a small bloody nose, which she washed right off. And you never noticed it prior to her washing her face, is that right?
Yes.
And that Cara was blowing her nose as she was washing her face, is that right?
Yes.
So it wasn't like trickling down. She blew her nose and there was blood in her nose, right?
Yes.
And when people are upset and crying hysterically for hours, sometimes they can get a bloody nose, right?
Possible.
Now, sir.
Jesus Christ, Sorbert.
You told us that
That's why he won't come on
told you,
camera, because then you will
that she
see
was
that
taking
there's
that
no
towel,
chance he's going to be
and she
called the
thought
three-legged monster.
that her nose would bleed again. Remember the testimony just a minute ago?
Yes.
Remember what you said in your report, when you made your report right outside the house that night?
Not off the top of my head.
It says paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Paragraph 7, the yellow highlight. Right here.
I love that she just brings him the receipts.
Mm-hmm. Look at her little
Read it?
No,
tabs.
just read it to yourself, sir.
Color
Okay.
tabs. I love it.
Okay.
So it's fair to say that night, on March 29th, 2010, you never said, Cara said she was keeping that rag or that towel because she thought her nose was gonna bleed again. You actually said, I believe Cara took the towel because she thought that her nose was gonna bleed again, right?
That's what I wrote on the report.
You had no reason to doubt your own report. You wrote it right outside the house, right?
Correct.
So you didn't attribute a statement to Cara about, let me keep this towel because my nose might bleed again. You said you thought that's why she kept the towel, right?
Okay.
Not okay, that's what it says, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Again, it completely changes the statement. Did she say it?
Now, at some point,
Yes. No. You
Cara thinks she's
claimed
gonna vomit, right?
Yes.
it could
It's
be
not
that.
unusual that people who are very upset and crying hysterically, like think they're gonna throw up, right?
Correct.
And she asked for permission to maybe go outside, and you tried to facilitate that with her, right?
Yes,
Because you thought she was gonna throw up, right?
exactly.
Okay, and the police gave you permission for her and you, and who else was with you when you went outside?
That, I don't know if Officer Polar came with us or not. I know I was outside with her.
Okay. Do you remember in your report saying that at one point Cara thought she was gonna vomit, Officer Cola and Trooper McGarrian asked if it was okay to take Cara outside. Trooper McGarrian agreed, and we escorted Cara out the side door of the house.
Okay.
Remember that?
If it's in the report, I
The
believe
last
you.
paragraph
I believe you.
of the, it's not up to me to believe, it's up to you to testify. I can't testify.
And we
I like
escorted
this
her
woman.
out. Okay.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a situation where just you and Cara went outside. She's escorted out there by the police, right?
Yes.
And you were there as well, right?
Yes, I was.
Are you okay?
Okay.
What?
Just to talk about. I'm sorry if you're new here. We have that kind of humor.
And you were there as well, right?
Yes, I was.
And then when you went back into the, Cara doesn't vomit outside, right?
Correct.
Okay, and then at some point, she gets some fresh air, she's breathing deeply outside, is that right?
Yes.
And you're trying to help her calm down, right?
Yes.
Because she's a friend.
Correct.
Okay. And when she's calm, are you directed to go back in through the front door, not the side door anymore?
I was not directed to go back in at all.
Okay,
I
she
wasn't
was
allowed.
directed to go back in.
I believe so, yes.
This is paragraph 1 on page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just that top paragraph, can you read it to yourself, sir?
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory, sir, as to whether or not
It does.
Cara was directed and escorted by police back into the house?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And do you remember in your report, Sarah, saying that you learned
Oh my
that
God.
when Cara was on the floor with Ann's legs on top of her, you learned
love
that
Closed caption.
the police officers removed Cara's shoes to free her from the position she was in?
Yes, I recall that.
And you put that in your report,
I did.
that she didn't remove her shoes. It was actually the police officers who removed her shoes. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, sir,
Oh my God.
we talked a little bit about your training and experience, and the number of years you've had experience in responding to death investigations. Is that right? Oh, deaths. I'm sorry, deaths.
Yes, correct.
How many death investigations, homicides, have you responded to?
So homicide.
I love you,
cases,
Chad.
scenes, you mean?
Yes,
Oh my God. Yeah.
I'm not gonna-
prior to 2010.
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of you responding to those homicide scenes, is there always like a protocol of what to do and how to do it?
There's not a written protocol of how to.
So there's no
approach a
protocol.
Scene. There's a protocol for our treatments once we're on the scene, should we decide to do any treatments, but there's no protocol to approach the scene,
Okay.
other than scene safety, universal precautions, and things like that.
Okay, so there's no protocol about trying to make sure you protect the integrity of the scene? You have protocol for everything else, but you don't have it for that.
Okay, true.
Just ask.
Yeah.
And then in terms, sir, of your testimony on direct examination about how you went downstairs,
Yes.
Ears.
and you took Anna Rintala's wrist, you confirmed at some point that you had no pulse?
Yes,
Okay. And you talked on direct examination, the reason that you touched the body was to determine that it was dead, right?
yes,
You weren't touching the body to assess rigor mortis, is that fair to say?
correct.
Rigor
So
mortis.
your job was just to
Say it
assess,
weird.
was she breathing? And could we do anything to help
That
her,
was.
to support her life at that point, right?
I love
And
closed caption.
nobody ever
You
asked
said
you to
fast
assess
one?
whether or not she was in rigor
No,
mortis,
but
what degree of rigor
CC
mortis
did.
she was in, is that correct?
No, that's what I said. What did it?
Nobody
Not
asked
that.
me to do
He said
anything.
assess.
I did what
Oh,
I
she
did.
said assess.
That's not my question, sir. Nobody ever asked you to assess whether she was in rigor mortis or what degree of rigor mortis there was, is that correct?
Correct, nobody asked me.
Okay. And in fact, nobody ever gave you any training in how to do that, is that correct?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure. Nobody gave you any training in how to assess the degree of rigor mortis.
Not the degree, correct.
And sir, in fact, you told us that you had taken some courses, but it's fair to say you hadn't taken any courses on rigor mortis, is that right?
Rigor
Not
mortis.
specific courses, correct.
Well, no courses at all on rigor mortis, right?
Well, we're taught what rigor mortis is. So we
Not what
have,
I'm asking, have you taken?
Objection, Your Honor, the witness can please finish his answer.
I thought he
No.
had, but, if you can just ask your next question.
Sure. Do you remember testifying in 2014, page 172, when you were asked the question, you've never had any formal training, would you agree? And your answer is, I haven't taken a course on rigor mortis. Remember that being your answer, sir?
I don't recall.
Horse and rigor mortis.
This is page 172, lines 21 through
You get all the
25. Can you
accent
read those
with
to
this
yourself,
lady.
please, sir?
No, love her.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory, sir, as to whether or not when you were asked about this in January of 2014,
No,
He said
he's only been
you hadn't
told
taken a
told
course on
about
rigor
stiffies.
mortis,
He doesn't know how to
Um,
assess them.
and that you weren't certified as a death scene investigator, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, sir, in assessing rigor mortis, that's not something that you would routinely do in your job. Is that fair to say, sir?
Fair to say.
Okay. And in fact, you don't have any training in assessing rigor mortis, right?
Only to the fact that rigor mortis is present.
Well, sir, do you remember testifying on September 15th of 2016, being asked the question, and in fact, you don't have any training in doing that, assessing rigor mortis, is that correct? And your answer being, it's not something I would routinely do. Did you say that, sir?
If it's in there, I said it, but it's out of context, I believe. What line?
Oh, I'm sorry, the highlighted portion. So we can read lines 5 through 9 to yourself, please.
I don't assess the degree of rigor
Can you read it
mortis.
to yourself, please,
Okay,
sir?
sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sir, does that refresh your memory as to whether or not in 2016, when you were asked a question regarding rigor mortis and you were asked, and nobody asked you to formally assess the degree of rigor mortis, is that correct? And you said, no, correct. Is that something that you said?
Yes, correct.
Okay. In fact, you don't have any training in doing that, is that correct? It's not something I would routinely do. Is that what your answer was?
Yes,
And that was in response to touching the body that night, right?
I'm not sure.
Your
I
hands
don't
all
know- I
over
don't know
my
what I said in
body.
response
Well,
to
you're
that.
being asked questions at that point about what you did in terms of touching the body, right?
Okay.
Okay. And when you touch the
Yeah, we
body,
have
I
the
think you
paint
told us on
evidence,
direct
so
examination,
we didn't
that
need to know about
touched-
Rigor.
the hand, is that right, the wrist?
Yes.
That I think you said on direct examination, that the purpose in touching her wrist wasn't to determine rigor mortis, it was to determine whether or not she was alive or dead, right?
Part of it, yes.
Well, you're saying today that part of what you were doing was to determine rigor mortis?
No, I just noted that rigor mortis was present. I didn't determine the degree. I would determine that she was in rigor.
Well, that wasn't my question. My question is, the purpose that you went to touch her wrist was to confirm that she was dead, right?
Yes,
So the purpose wasn't to assess rigor mortis, right?
rigor mortis was part of that assessment.
Well, that's not what you said in 2016.
Do any of you remember a small case with 2 actors when every time she answered something, this little, I believe she had a white suit on that day, little lawyer, she just hit her with, "That's not your prior statement." They should have known by now when she said, "Did you say that?" Just say yes, because she has the receipts.
She does,
There's
and
no
she
line.
so like I would be terrified on there. I'd be like, I ain't not even trying to be shifty.
No, and
She's gonna
after the first witness, she wasn't as bad or as not bad, but as mad at them. But after seeing the show this morning, I would instruct all my witnesses to try to say, "Well, I might have said it" or something, because now they need to be told every single question. But I have the receipt. I have the receipt. I have the receipt. This lady is amazing.
This lady is not going to ask a question that she doesn't already know the answer to. So don't act shifty.
She ain't no Elaine Braderhofer. Yeah, Camille Vasquez was her name. Yeah,
Yes, Camille. Yeah.
yeah. And every time she, you in fact did never donate any of those money. I pledged them. That's not what I ask. You in fact did not donate. And when you ask questions like that and have the witness look so shifty and have and you can force them to say what you asked them in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Again, if anyone is new here, I'm a layman in the Danish system, and I listen to a lot of testimony. So I always try to see it. How would I see it if I was on the jury? If all the people who the state is bringing is getting steamrolled by this lady because they come off as untrustworthy, I would be kind of getting biased against the state, as maybe they told the witnesses to don't answer anything too much about anything.
Yeah.
And again, they remember everything when the prosecution asks, and they remember nothing before she shows her the receipts.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, it's better, and that's a thing I always tell when I am asked by politicians to talk about how you should do either an interview or do a town hall. It's better to say, "It's a really good question. I'm not sure of the answer. I would love to look into it." Because if you say, "Well, the sky is green most of the time," no, it's not. Then you come off as an idiot. It's
Mhm.
better to say, "Well, I don't know," or "I can't remember." And then she says, "Well, I have the testimony." Say, "Yeah, okay, I can see it in my testimony. Yes, I did say that at that point." If you're saying, "No, no, I didn't know," then you're coming off as a liar. Everyone, when we go to break, hopefully in about half an hour, Fedorowski has a little dinner entertainment for you over on his channel. And no, not that one, because I don't think he consumed that much. Paige, this is a crime that happened in 2010, 2 mistrials in 2013, 14. She was convicted by the paint drying expert in 2016. It was overturned. I believe it was in 18. I'm not sure. Sorry.
Sounds about.
And now we're doing it again. And they're not allowed to talk about the paint, but now they're just trying to use Rigor to set up a timeline.
Was it, sir?
Once again, I gotta,
Can you read on page 110, lines 1 through 6 to yourself, please?
okay,
Did you have a chance to review that, sir?
I did.
If you had to say that when you were asked that question in 2016, you were asked, nobody asked you to formally assess the degree of rigor mortis in her, is that correct? And you said, no, correct, right?
That is correct. I didn't assess the degree.
Okay.
I just assessed that there was rigor mortis present.
And you were asked, and the purpose of you touching her arm, basically, that was from the previous page, was just to confirm that she was dead, is that right?
Yes,
And you said yes in 2016, right?
yes.
You didn't say, and it was something else, you just said, yeah, the purpose was to assess that she was dead, right?
Understood, but she wasn't.
Not understood, sir, is that what you said?
Your Honor, if the witness, please, not be interrupted.
Hey, Donna T, thank you so much for stopping by. And please tickle the like button. I have to remember to shell myself. Again, he changed his statement because they need the rigor mortis to paint a picture of the timeline.
Yep.
And she puts it front and center. She can bring it up in closing and everything. She's amazing.
Interrupted during answer.
If you could just let them.
Hi, Donna.
What, sir? Sir, go ahead.
I'm only saying I wasn't assessing to the degree of rigor, just that it was there. So, was there a pulse? What was this temperature? Warm, diaphoretic, cold? Was there rigor present? Yes, but to the degree, no. I'm not trained to assess the degree of rigor. But when there's rigor there, I need to note that there was rigor present.
But you didn't notice in 2016 when you were asked the question, did you, sir?
Not in that transcript.
Is there any other transcripts?
Yes.
Okay, so when you were asked about why you touched her, your answer was to just to confirm that she was dead, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it's fair to say, sir, that nobody asked you as a paramedic for an opinion on the degree of rigor or anything like that. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And I think the prosecutor asked you a little bit about liver mortis.
Yes.
Remember those questions?
Yes.
And
Liver
today, did you say that you thought you saw liver mortis in?
I don't think I said that.
Okay, so you never saw liver mortis.
Not that I recall.
Okay. And sir, now when you talked about the blood that you saw when Cara blew her nose, is it fair to say, sir, that you didn't mention that in your report at all?
I thought I did.
You thought you did? Well, do you remember testifying in 2016?
I don't remember 2016.
Okay. This is page 120, lines 17 through 25. Can you read those to yourself, please, sir?
What'd she say?
So you remember being asked questions in 2016? Specifically,
Thank you, Old Line Red.
talking about her nose, that as a matter of fact, you didn't even mention the notes that you wrote about the bloody nose. Is that right? And your answer was first, if you say so. And then the next question, all right, do you have any doubt about that? And you said no. That's fine, right?
Correct.
So in 2016, you don't ever remember it being in your report. Is that right?
Correct.
And that's because you thought it was so I can't even get the words out now. Because it was not that important to the investigation. Because oftentimes when people are that upset,
Objection.
can I finish the question?
Let me just hear the first of the question, but go ahead.
So, sir, you didn't think it was significant when you testified in 2016, and you didn't put it in your report in 2016, because you knew that when people get upset and they cry hysterically, their nose should bleed, right?
Oh my God.
Overruled.
Right?
Can you say that again? Only because you said my notes were from the scene in 2010, not 2016.
Right, I'm talking about your testimony in 2016.
Oh, okay, all right, you said.
Like the one that you just read.
All right, okay.
Sorry.
Right? That's what I'm focused on right now.
Okay.
So you're saying in 2016 that it certainly didn't seem like a significant thing to you at the time. Is that correct? And you said correct, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then as a matter of fact, you didn't even mention it in your notes that you wrote. Is that correct? And ultimately you said it's correct, right?
Okay, correct.
When I grow large enough to have an Etsy store, I will make some fun cups.
Yeah, that would be hilarious.
Now, by the time that you got to the scene that night, it's fair to say that two other police officers who responded had moved the body. Is that right?
I don't.
Haven't been in bone. I watched it.
Heard that, but I'm just saying I don't have direct knowledge of that.
Okay. Would it have made a difference to you that the body was moved at some point prior to you seeing it when you made the assessment that Anne Marie was dead?
Not to me.
Because that's not important when you're assessing life or death, right?
Correct.
Might be important for rigor mortis, but it's not important for life or death, right?
Correct.
Okay. As you sit here today, you can't remember whether or not you knew that the body was moved before you went downstairs. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I think you said on direct examination, you weren't sure if Polar came with you into the bathroom. Did you say that?
Yes.
Oh, he was
I believe
standing
it.
at the
I
door.
don't recall if initially he came into the bathroom.
But your notes indicate that Cara was accompanied by a police officer, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, do you remember at some point indicating, this is page 117. Thanks a moment, Your Honor. Do you remember at some point, sir, being asked questions about when the last time was that Cara had spoken to Anne Marie? Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And what Cara could remember was that it was sometime in between when Brianna had her nap time, right?
Correct.
And she told you Brianna's nap time was between 2 and 4. So it was sometime between that, is that right?
Yes.
And she didn't say 3 o'clock to you that night, right?
No.
And you didn't push her to try to be any more specific, right?
Correct.
Because you were there as a friend, right?
Correct.
You were just trying to figure out what was going on, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say, sir, that your entire role that night, other than being a friend to Cara and trying to help her through what was going on, was to go downstairs, touch Anne Marie's wrist, determine she was dead, and carefully get out of that cellar and go back upstairs because there was no way that you could save anyone at that point?
Correct.
And that's all you did that night with respect to Anne Marie's body is
I
touch her
should be a
wrist
court
and
draw,
walk
Rob.
upstairs. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
You should.
I don't have any further questions.
He's gonna put some cooling gel
Sir,
on
did you
his
touch the wrist or did you actually pull on it?
I
beehole.
pulled on it as well.
His beehole.
Can a patient exhibit more than one sign of death?
Yes, they can.
No breathing can be a sign of death, correct?
Correct.
But can a person who's not breathing still be within life-saving measures?
Yes.
What about no pulse? Can no pulse be a sign of death?
Catching on, be on the scope.
Overall,
Yes.
Can a person with no pulse nevertheless be revived?
Yes.
What about a person who's cold to the touch? Can that be a sign of death?
It can be.
But are all cold people dead?
No.
What about rigor mortis? Can a person who's still within life-saving measures have rigor mortis?
No.
As soon as you observe one possible sign of death, you say, "Oh,
The timeline
John,
is set up by her not answering the phone.
Documentation
Yeah.
purposes. I have to follow the protocols and they say, check for this, check for this, check for this, document everything. So once again, when I'm sitting here, I can say, yes, they were dead.
And what was your purpose in not just touching her wrist, but actually like pulling her arm?
To see if there was rigor.
And you described it as full, correct?
Full.
Now, there's been some talk about your report versus your notes. I just want to clarify that. The night of Anne's death, when you were on scene, you wrote some handwritten notes, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall how many pages of notes you wrote?
I believe it was 3.
Now, there's been a reference to your report. Did you actually write a report in this case? Well, let me withdraw that question and ask you something different. You've been shown a couple of times a statement of yours.
R.I.P.
Correct.
Lefty.
And
R.I.P.
is this the statement that Attorney Scapicchio was repeatedly showing you?
It is.
Okay. And how did this statement come to be? Like, who actually,
That was my state police statement the following day.
Okay, so tell us about that. The next day, March 30th,
The next day, they handed me my notes that I could refer to my notes when they interviewed me the next day.
and did every detail that you recalled make it into your handwritten notes?
I hope the bulk of them did.
And were there details or statements in your state police statement that weren't in your notes? Which is lengthier?
I believe the state police statement.
And in that statement to the state police on March 30th is when you mentioned the nosebleed, am I right?
I believe so.
Okay.
I-
that would be page 4 of your statement to the state police on March 30th? You did state that to the state police, am I right?
They're gonna go with another witness before lunch.
Thank you, sir. That's all I wanted to clarify.
Sir, your handwritten notes that you took outside the house that day, you didn't mention anything about a nosebleed, is that right?
I believe so.
Sir, here are your handwritten notes. Can you look at them to see if there's any mention of a nosebleed from Cara Rintala?
He scribbles like I do when I get bored.
No, there wasn't.
Sorry, sir, no mention?
No mention.
And those are the notes that you took right outside the house when you asked someone for a pad of paper because you wanted to make sure you could remember the details. Is that right, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Make that down.
Yeah, and they wanted to put in. Well, you said it to the police the day after. Yeah, but he testified he needed them to needed a pen and pad to really make sure he got everything down.
Like, I just like that she doesn't try to get up there and just like go over everything over again. She gets right to the point.
Yeah.
Because you know how we see some of the defense attorneys do that. And it's like, we don't need to hash that out again. It's fine.
Yeah, and again, she did what she wanted to do. Say, you don't know anything. You're just doing what they tell you to do.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence which you shall give to the court and jury in the case now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or do you so affirm?
Oh, we're 10 minutes behind. I'm going to bump speed because we're 10 minutes behind.
May I call your name? Thank you. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your name for the jury, please?
My name is Michael, Michael, Pandora, Bandora.
And are you currently employed and working, or are you retired right now?
I'm retired, but I still work doing some teaching part-time.
Okay, what has been your career in the course of your life?
Paramedic firefighter
Okay,
for the last 26 years.
when did you retire from that field outside of the teaching that you're doing now?
November 27th of 2019.
Can you give us a sense of, over the course of your career as a paramedic and a firefighter, the various organizations that you worked for and the roles that you held there?
Blah, 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 blah.
So at the very beginning of my career, I worked for a private ambulance service, American Medical Response. And I was the community education coordinator as well as an EMT and then a paramedic there. And then I went to the Granby Fire Department where I was a firefighter, paramedic, and I was also the ambulance coordinator.
Okay, and you retired from that organization, I'm sorry, what year?
2019.
Okay, and what have you been doing since 2019?
Teaching.
Doing some part-time teaching and doing things at home.
Can you give us your educational background, please?
I have an associate's degree in business. I also have my paramedic certification, which I still maintain. Graduated high school. And I've taken other various classes and courses throughout my career.
Okay. I know that you're teaching now, but did you have any roles in terms of being an instructor in the field of paramedic or firefighter work before that?
Yes,
Can you describe that, please?
I've been teaching, I started teaching CPR in 1996. And then once I started working for American Medical Response, then I started teaching other topics as well. And now I teach EMTs, paramedics, firefighters, police officers. I spent some time teaching at the police academy.
What kind of subjects have you taught over the years?
Medical,
What do you mean? Can you give us a sense of some of the topics?
what to do on emergency calls as far as beginning treatment until the ambulance gets there. And then once the ambulance gets there, continue treatment all the way to the hospital.
And the individuals that you're training, are they individuals who are studying to be EMTs, paramedics, or both?
They're trying to maintain their certifications
Okay.
as well as police and fire department, first responders.
Now, I think the jury's already heard today about a couple of different levels of EMTs and paramedics, but can you describe the different levels in terms of what sort of training is required for them?
So an EMT would go through approximately 160 hours worth of training. You need to be an EMT, and then you can take a paramedic course, which takes 1.5 to 2 years to complete, with all of the classroom time, the skills practice, and clinical time in the hospitals and on an ambulance.
And is there an EMT intermediate?
It's now called an advanced EMT.
Okay, and that's between the EMT basic and the paramedic?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you indicated that some of the teaching you do is for people to maintain certification, correct?
Correct.
And how often do you have to be certified as an EMT or as a paramedic?
Every 2 years.
And what are the requirements to start with EMTs if you know?
EMTs have to do 40 hours of continuing education credit. Paramedics have to do 60 hours.
And is that the 40 hours within 2 years?
Yes,
Okay, and 60 hours within 2 years?
correct.
Okay. And in terms of what type of training they have to receive within that 40 or 60 hours, can you give us a sense of what would meet the
Still going.
Yeah, there's various topics. You know, there's certain specific guidelines, so many hours of cardiology, so many hours of airway and breathing, so many hours of injuries, so many hours of medical emergencies like diabetes, stroke, heart attacks.
Okay. In the time frame when you were working in the field yourself at American Medical Response with the Granby Fire Department, did you engage in that ongoing training as required every year?
Yes,
Did you engage in more than what was required?
yes.
Okay. Are you able to tell us approximately how many hours of training you would do each year when you were in the field working?
There were some years where I'd have well over 100 hours of continuing education, even though I only needed 60.
And are you, do you have any
So
accreditation
he's a slow learner, or
in terms of your work as a EMT or paramedic?
I was certified as a hazardous materials technician. I was also certified as an instructor for EMS response to terrorist incidents. I'm certified as a CPR instructor and have been since 1996,
Do you remember what year you became a paramedic specifically?
2004.
I want to ask you a little more specific questions about your work at American Medical Response. I think you described that before as a private.
oh, he's going to make
It is.
jewelry.
And how does that
Pandora is a
differ
Danish
in terms of
jewelry
private
brand.
service versus a public service like a fire department?
The ambulance calls are pretty much the same, although with a private service, you would do interfacility transports rather than just responding to 911 calls.
And whenever you were at American Medical Response, is that also go by AMR?
Yes,
When you were at AMR, what area were you covering, if you remember?
I worked in Springfield, Holyoke, and Northampton.
While you were at AMR, are you able to estimate approximately how many calls you would have gone on each year?
Was probably anywhere from 8 to 12 calls a shift, and I'd work 5 shifts a week. So anywhere from 40 to 60 calls a week over the course of 10 years.
Okay. And I'm sorry if you stated this before, but while you were at AMR, did you have any sort of supervisory or training role there?
I had a training role.
Okay, and can you tell us about that, please?
I was community education coordinator. I also did annual training that was required for all AMR employees, OSHA standards, and other topics that were required.
And what year did you leave AMR and go to the Granby Fire Department?
I started with Granby Fire as a call force member in 2003. 2006, I was full-time, and I left AMR at that point. There was about a year overlap where I was per diem, but I wasn't really doing any shifts, so I dropped it completely.
When you went to the Granby Fire Department, were you working there as a paramedic?
Yes,
Did you also have any duties in regards to?
He made a
fire?
ton of money,
Yes.
that guy.
And how often did you use either one of those skills?
And I still think he owes the
I have
IRS
another
a lot
call
of
that
them.
came in at the moment.
Right?
Are you aware of the physical
Yeah,
requirements to be
he was
firefighter
kinda shady.
and a paramedic when you worked for that?
I don't know if
Yes,
he was,
you need to be
but
reasonably
there's
fit.
a lot of
I believe
lot
the
of
weight
stuff
that you
about
need to be
him.
able to lift is 150 pounds.
Okay. What type of calls or what type of things would you respond to that would require you to be able to lift 150 pounds or be physically fit?
Lifting patients, from the floor to a stretcher, from the bed to a stretcher, lifting the stretcher up to get it into the back of the ambulance.
I'm sorry if you didn't finish your response.
Yeah, it would take 2 of us because that total weight with the stretcher and the patient on it could be as much as 300 pounds, sometimes more.
What about your role as a firefighter in terms of what you physically be required to do?
I might have to drag a person out of a building, certainly have to drag hoses in and out. Sometimes those hoses are charged with water, so they're much heavier. I'd have to throw ladders on a building.
Now, in terms of your own training and the coursework that you went through as a firefighter and paramedic, can you give us a sense of what sorts of topics would be covered that you received training on prior to March of 2010?
I had my paramedic course, which covered everything from cardiology to diabetes to breathing emergencies, trauma emergencies, those sort of things. And then I did additional training where I went to a course to be certified as an instructor for terrorist bombing incidents as well.
In terms of the training and education that you received, did you receive any training in terms of signs of death?
Yes, that's
Can you tell us
part
about
of
that?
every course.
Sure.
So there's certain things that we would look for that would be obvious signs of death. Decapitation, transection of the torso, rigor mortis, lividity, and decomposition of the body.
And how often would you receive training on those subjects?
That training would be ongoing. Every 2 years, we review the basics of what we had already learned in the paramedic course.
Now, as a paramedic, when you respond to a scene, what is the first thing that you're trying to do once you get to the patient?
Assess them.
In what way?
So we would, under normal circumstances, we would be looking at the condition of the patient. If they're awake and talking to us, and we're going to ask them questions. We're going to try to figure out what's going on. We're going to check vital signs, check a pulse, blood pressure, lung sounds, those sort of things. Most likely put them on an EKG to see what their heart is doing.
What if they're not awake?
Then we're going to look for signs either for pulse, rigor mortis, lividity, where the body fluids pool to the lowest point.
And why are those topics, or why are those important to you? Why are you looking for those?
Because once the body hits that point, the patient is no longer viable.
What do you mean by that?
In other words, we're not going to start CPR.
Almost
We're also
afraid.
not going to transport that patient.
But she said she found her
Not only
face
be
down,
Any sort of decomposition.
and now
of the
she was holding her on the back.
No, if I did the math right, when you were
So
giving
you
us the
can
numbers
watch the
earlier,
pooling on the
and how
blood,
many,
maybe.
teams or patients
But
that
we haven't
you
heard
used,
anything about the pooling of the
there's
blood.
thousands.
Yes,
Yeah.
In
If she was
terms
upside
of,
down or downside
yeah,
up.
In terms of responding where a patient has died, could you estimate how many times you responded to a scene like that?
it's probably at least 100. During that particular time frame when Ann died, I'd responded to 8 deaths in a 3-month period of time in Granby.
And in terms of the timeframes that you responded where the patient was deceased, fair to say it runs the gamut in terms of what that person's condition was.
Yes,
In other words, whether they were recently deceased or perhaps could have been deceased quite a while ago.
correct.
In the time that you have responded where the patient was ultimately determined to be deceased, are you able to tell us a percentage of how often you would actually do a hands-on assessment?
In most cases.
Okay. What are the cases where you wouldn't do that in?
I had a patient that while I was working for AMR that had been dead for approximately 2 weeks and had started to decompose. I would not have put my hands on that patient. Versus someone that maybe in some sort of a traffic accident or trauma type incident, then I would double check and make sure there was a pulse or wasn't. If there's rigor mortis, then there's not going to be a pulse, or lividity, there's not going to be a pulse.
Now, respect to those deceased patients, 100 or so that you say you responded to, in those calls, have you had an occasion to observe varying degrees of stiffness within those bodies?
Yes.
Can you describe what you've observed?
It's been anywhere from the jaw and the fingers being stiff to the entire body being stiff.
And why is that relevant to you in terms of which parts of the body are stiff?
That's going to tell me that the more parts of the body that are stiff, the longer they've been there, the longer they've been deceased.
In the course of your career, did you have an occasion to respond to scenes that ultimately were determined to be a crime scene?
Yes,
And how, if anything, does that affect your response as a paramedic?
we have to protect the crime
Because
scene.
the police can't
Um,
testify to
If
rigor
it's an
mortis,
unintended death and there's not an obvious cause,
and they really need the rigor
it's natural
mortis
causes, then we have to assume it's a crime
to have a
scene. We
timeline.
try not to disturb anything that we don't absolutely need to.
And when you say assume it's a crime scene, what do you
And I
mean?
feel like they want everybody to vouch for it.
Basically, if a person has died,
Yeah, he's probably going to
it's
mention some
not
paint that's
determined
wet
that it's natural
with no
causes, you have to
skin on it
assume until
too.
proven otherwise that there may have been a crime.
And his
Sometimes
beard
it's
is
easy to
ratty.
prove,
He should
sometimes it isn't.
keep it back.
But that would be up to the police department
Yeah.
to determine that.
It's because when they arrived at the scene, they wanted to say it's so many hours before she was killed
You're at this point, I'm going to
that
do
she was
the
she was stiff.
This would be a good time.
Thank you.
Can we have a time so
We're going to take our lunch break. It's almost 1 o'clock, so we'll be, asked to be back for 2 o'clock.
So 2 o'clock, I can get some food. They really want to have everyone testify. She was deeply in rigor because there's a window. The defendant left the house somewhere between 2 and 4. It's not clearly defined, and arrives home back at 7. So they want to say, well, she was in rigor, and it would have taken at least, they would probably have a medical expert testifying that, well, it would have taken 6 hours or something like that. So it
Yeah.
couldn't have happened after she left the house. That's why they need the rigor, because beforehand they used the paint to try and make a timeline. They can't do that now. So now they need the rigor mortis. And I'm pretty sure you can find an expert that can shoot holes in that timeline, because rigor can set in after 2 hours. So
And up to quite a bit. So
yeah,
depending
2
on the
days.
temperature, where the body is at, what's going on. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's but everyone, it's lunchtime, dinner time, my time. We pick it up again in about 50 minutes. And tell your friends, tell your coworkers, tell your loved ones that the Broken Baker is going to cover it again this afternoon. And not only the Broken Baker, the lovely Jamie. And when Jamie is around, you want to stick around.
Yeah, it's
See
fun.
you in 50 minutes, and Chad, you can keep us entertained as well, because you are really funny people and ask really great questions. But
Or just make
yeah,
really great comments.
I'll make some nasty jokes. Have fun, everyone. See you in a bit.
Bye.